Hey everyone, we're going to be watching the World Finals of the Warhammer 40k Championships. So just going to give a chance for people to join into the stream here. And the game has literally only just started. We've the only bit we've missed is deployment, but we do know, I believe, that the AdMech have gone first in this scenario. So basically, you know, I thought, look, it's the World Championships. You know, it's the world. You got to stream the world. And I was actually told that GW has really upped their game in comparison to the last big tournament that they streamed, which is LVO. They've really upped their game. So, and you can tell straight away, like the players are mic'd up. We can't hear what the players are saying, but the commentators can, so the commentators actually know what the fuck's going on, and there's no stupid, like, paint-in camera or anything now. So, we've actually... Oh, yeah, that's my bad. There you go. Top camera. The top map was a little bit cut off there, so we can see a bit better now. But, yeah, Q-Tuck, good shout there. Thank you, man, for helping me spot that. I was just on the wrong little overlay on OBS. But yeah, so I figured let's watch it, comment on it. You guys, obviously last time we did this, it was with Guard in the final, and that was really awesome. And I know you guys, really liked that, and that was special. This time, sadly, Guard was not in the final. Sadly, our Lord and Savior Wesley St. Hines did, I think, lose his round 4. I think round 4, round 5, he lost one game on day 2, which unfortunately meant he wasn't able to get involved this time. But it's still it's really interesting watching this because there is a potential, and don't worry, this is just the opening bits of turn 1, so don't worry. We've not missed too much, but the reason I wanted to stream this is not only because you guys really liked it last time, and I was like, hey, maybe this can become like a thing, being able to like do a bit of tournament commentary. You know, I have been to a tournament or two in my time, so I do feel like I can add a little bit of helpful commentary here, even if I don't play one of these factions. I have played against both these factions many times, and the other thing is. Like I said, you guys liked it. But the other thing that I wanted to mention is we've got AdMech in the World Final. We've got AdMech in the World Final. And this is really significant because, you know, there's been a bit of chit and, dare I say, chat around the proverbial internet water cooler of AdMech being the new best army. So, which, you know, as crazy as that sounds, it's actually not that surprising because... They basically gave AdMech Oath of Moment amongst many points buffs over the years. They've given them Oath of Moment, and as someone who, it's kind of funny how fate works. I actually recently played a tournament where I ran Space Marines, and I obviously got to use Oath of Moment, and I've never, I think, apart from some intro games at the beginning of 10th, I haven't really used Oath of Moment before. And it's so much different being the one using an ability than necessarily one being on the receiving end of it. And Oath of Moment, you think it's just like, oh, Marine's getting some rerolls, but it's actually a phenomenally powerful ability. I actually think it's one of the reasons why, you know, Marines have actually, no matter what, been able to do okay in 10th. Even when they've been bad, they've not really been that bad. It's just been a case of sometimes there's been a bit of brain drain towards like Dark Angels or Blood Angels. There's always been Oath of Moment, right? And that's why I think I think our first inklings of really people starting to understand how good Oath was when Ultramarines started being able to spam it out, right? Ultramarines being able to like spam it out. So the fact that they've given it now to AdMech. Now AdMech's an army which, interestingly, has had a lot of problems, but funnily enough, a lot of those problems have kind of been IRL problems, like the fact the army just costs a lot to collect in a lot of ways. But we're getting to that, you know, obviously that can be a problem, but you know, if an army is very, 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 very good, if not, you know, potentially the best, then, you know, in this competitive edition that we're in, And I'd say more than ever before, this gameplay-led edition that we're in, people are more interested in like wins and losses, meta, you know, what's good, what's bad, combos, all that kind of stuff. I think, you know, those arguments of like IRL costs and stuff can quickly fall by the wayside. You know, as much as we rail against it, you know, there is that, you know, we all know that wargamers, we like to spend money. We'll spend the money if we think it's worth it, right? And I think, you know, if AdMech are the new best army, then despite all of the complaints, maybe we'll start seeing people, you know, busting out the pocketbook, as it were. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see. Now, the reason why, you know, so if AdMech win this, then I do think we have the potential for a new meta here. And as crazy as that sounds, I think we have the potential for an AdMech meta. Because at the end of the day, AdMech are basically getting all the best bits of being Space Marines combined with actually, you know, being AdMech. And so having, you know, in many ways, being significantly cheaper than Space Marines. Now, so I think AdMech could really set a new meta here. No word of a lie. I think AdMech could set a new meta here. I think it'd be a really big deal. On the other side of the table, we've got Eldar. Now, obviously, Eldar are Eldar. And, you know, we all know that Eldar are historically quite broken. So it'll be, if Eldar win, it'll be like, you know, another day, another dollar, same shit, different day kind of thing. But if AdMech win, then suddenly I think Stonks and AdMech go up. Yeah. So people want to know who's playing. So we've got Richard Siegler of we've got Magos Richard Siegler of Adeptus on the Adeptus Mechanicus. Those of you who don't know who Richard Siegler is, he is one. He is a very good player. Arguably one of the best players in the world. Arguably might be about to become the quote unquote best player in the world. But irregardless of the result of what he gets in this tournament, he's arguably one of the best players in the world. And he's not, interestingly, I would not describe him as a meta chaser. I have seen Richard Siegler bust out the AdMech over several editions. He's someone who's run them in 9th. He's someone who's run them in 10th. I'm not sure if he ran them in 8th, to be fair. I think maybe, but I know he ran them in 9th. I know he ran them in 10th. And I know he did very well with AdMech when they were considered trash. So he is actually someone who I would describe as maybe not like, I'd say AdMech is definitely a preferred faction of his. I don't know, he'll play anything because he's a good player, right? But AdMech's definitely a preferred faction of his, and so it's actually quite nice to see a top player getting to use what they want to use. That's, you know, that's always nice. It's always nice when we can feel like we can just use what we want to use, so that's good. Now on the other side of the, you know, Richard Siegler, he's won many events, many big events. Big part of the Art of War channel. If you don't know about that channel, if you want to just inject that competitive 40k talk into your veins, you've got to check out Art of War. I have absolutely no problem whatsoever. Plug in that channel. I have no association with them in any way, shape, or form. But Art of War are a channel to be known and to be respected, and they do a good job. The other thing, on the other side of the table, we've got Liam VSL. He's running the Eldar. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, and I could be wrong on this, but I believe Liam is the player that won LGT recently with... he won LGT recently with Chaos Space. I believe he was the man that everyone that basically went, Warp Talons are good, and I'm going to prove it by winning the largest event in Europe. So two very good players running two very good armies. So we've got Eldar versus AdMech. We've got America versus Europe. So there's multiple battle lines being drawn here. There's continental pride, you know, North America versus Europe. There's continental pride on the line, and there's also personal pride on the line as well. It's Imperium versus Eldar, AdMech versus Pointy Ears, and Europe versus America. So let's see what happens. I mean, obviously, it's kind of interesting, you know, for me personally. I'm for me personally, like, I don't want the Eldar to win. Yeah, Liam's from Belgium. Yeah. I don't want the Eldar to win, but I do want Europe to win. You know, look, I know I have a large American audience, and I know that I often do cater to the Americans, but let's put it this way. It wouldn't be the first time that that a Brit threw everything away for Belgium, right? So you know, some traditions have got to be maintained. Traditions have got to be maintained. Yeah. So we've had the first turn of the Admech. So we're on the first turn of the Eldar now. So just to give you guys a bit of commentary what's going on here, you might be surprised when you hear that Admech have had their first turn. So this is a game where we all know going second is a huge advantage. Right? We all know going second is an absolutely huge advantage. So it's a bit unfortunate that the Admech, if you're an Admech fan, it is unfortunate that they went first. They basically did a pass turn. But what's interesting is they've already cycled through a few objectives. So the Admech have actually lost overwhelming force because they drew it turn 1. And so after turn 1, the Admech were only able to get 3 points on secondaries, which is a bit of a pisser. And then if we come out, but the reason that they've done that kind of like holding turn is because obviously with Eldar, if you go balls to the wall against Eldar, you die. Right? If you push Eldar, you probably just die. What you need to do with Eldar is make them come to you, because they are still fragile. At the end of the day, Eldar's durability comes from them killing you. You know, you could be toughness 3 across the entire army if your entire opponent is dead, right? So what the Admech have basically done is gone, look, I'm going to push out onto some objectives. I'm going to score. They've got recover at the Americans. The Admech have got recover assets and sabotage, and so they've just done what they needed to do to start securing those objectives. Obviously, sabotage doesn't complete until your next turn, and the Admech they are in the process of doing that objective. Now, this is actually really interesting. It's really interesting how this is playing out, because the Eldar now the Eldar are in a funny position because they want to push out to stop the Admech from doing the objectives, but they don't want to push out too much. It's a big cat and mouse game going on at the moment. It's a big cat and mouse game. And this is actually kind of compounded for the Eldar because they've actually got 2 good secondaries. They've got Cleanse and Storm Hostile Objective. Now, this means that there's a triple doozy going on for the Eldar here. They can move out and stop the Admech from doing sabotage. They can move out and get Cleanse, and they can move out and actually take one of the Admech's objectives. You can see this right here, the Admech one's objective, because they want to Storm Hostile. The problem is, if they do that, well, that sounds great. Yeah, deny the enemy some points, get yourself 2 objectives, right? That sounds great. The problem you've got is that you're fucking Eldar, and so if you push out, well, Admech with Oath and the fact that Admech firepower is just no slouch in general means that you can push out and potentially get a great turn 1, but you potentially could throw away too much for the rest of the game. So we're seeing a really interesting game of cat and mouse, and you can see this being reflected in the battle map up here, because you can kind of see, like, at the end of turn 1, both players are being very cagey. Both players are being very cagey. There's a lot of 1s being rolled right now. Elves meta again. So I don't think Eldar ever dropped out of the meta. I mean, if you want some general advice here, if you want to collect one army in Warhammer 40k that you know is always going to be good, you should just collect Eldar. Every other army goes through ups and downs. Eldar just is always up. It's always good. And you might be like, you know, the thing is, Eldar, it's still a skill-based army, so you still have to be good. But, you know, this is why sometimes you just have lifelong Eldar players who will literally take, like, an entire edition out. Like, you know, I know people who, like, didn't play 9th who've come back in 10th, and they're just smashing everybody, even though they didn't play in, like, 3 years. This is sort of something I noticed at the beginning of the edition, if you go back and watch my own tournament reports. And it's because if you just get good with Eldar, it's like riding a bike. You don't really forget it. You know, obviously you might have to do a few learning games, what are the new stratagems and stuff like that. But Eldar generally is always good, and they generally play whilst there are obviously always going to be some specifics that change, there's always some general attributes that stick around. Yeah. Early 90s, the one time I remember them being bad. I mean, yeah, for like 3 months, right? And yeah. So like, Eldar bad is very relative. You know, Eldar, when they're bad, still win games. They just don't necessarily win tournaments, right? That's the difference. Whereas you've got some factions, when they're bad, they don't win either. Yeah, they don't win either at all. So it's kind of it's kind of funny. The Eldar bad is a very much a relative term. All right. Okay. Now, here's one of the interesting things. Okay. So you can see some things are happening in this game. So what's really interesting, and please correct me if I'm wrong here. In fact, don't correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to check it. But do you want to know something which I think is very, very significant that is worth mentioning? Is the Dark Elder have Dark Reapers in their list. And look at what that is doing. Now, let me just double check something on Dark Reapers before I'm talking out my ass, because it's funny, like, in a funny sort of way, it proves a point that I've been talking about a lot. I know, I've been wanking myself off a lot recently, and I do know that, but, you know, sometimes, you know, I can't help always being right, guys. I can't help it if I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm sorry, right? Let me just check something here. Okay.
End of Liam's turn 1. No secondary scored. Two on cleanse for this objective with that unit of rangers. My bad.
I'm kind of interested about something, actually. I might have just said that and actually been proven massively wrong.
Good for you.
But it looks to me, so I'm not sure quite how they're doing it. So someone in chat will have to tell me. Someone in chat will have to tell me how this is being achieved. But I know the Dark Reapers can basically shoot indirect fire. So I'm not entirely certain how they're doing it. There must be some like stratagem, or maybe there's like some unit where they can draw line of sight, or maybe they just have it. Maybe the weapons just have indirect fire built in. Let me just look. Let's have a look.
So holding two objectives versus each other, you know, going that tempo, I hold two, you hold two, is going to keep them.
Is it the Tempest launcher? It's the Tempest launcher, right? It's the Tempest launcher. I knew it. So yeah. So I've been saying for a long time that indirect fire is still really important. How many times have you guys heard me say, like, you know, you've got to have the 4 pillars. You've got to have your primary game. You've got to have your secondary game. You've got to have your damage dealers, and you've got to have indirect fire. And I've proven this with Guard, and I've also proven it with Tau. And you know, it's something I always bang on about. Indirect fire is still such a phenomenally useful thing to have in this game. Despite, you know, it's funny, a lot of the time GW will touch something with like the Nerf hammer, and it will, they'll touch something with the Nerf hammer, and it will, you know, everyone will sort of like, it's like it's tainted. They'll just stop using it, even if it's still good. And, you know, when GW came in with the massive nerfs like indirect fire on multiple factions specifically, and on generally on the rules, I've still never taken indirect fire on my list. Tau do have indirect on. Tau can put indirect on every single unit, basically, because they have smart missile launchers, SMS systems. Now, this is an example here where indirect fire may actually, and we don't know, obviously, benefit of high, this may sound funny in a few moments' time, but this is an example of how indirect fire might actually, just the fact that the Eldar have indirect fire on the list and the Admech don't, this may be an example of the Eldar win this game because of indirect fire. Because what did the Admech player do? Admech player, he played it cagey because he was like, oh, well, I need to draw the Eldar out. Well, do you know what the Eldar player's just done? He's gone, I don't need to get fucking drawn out, frankly. Okay? Like, I'll score, you know, a reasonable amount of points, and what I'm going to do is know that I've got the bottom of turn. Know that I've got that 15 points in the bank, if not more, because it's like Scorched Earth and everything. And I'm going to basically sit here with my 3 units of Dark Reapers. By the way, Dark Reapers are a unit maligned by a lot of Eldar players. A lot of Eldar players don't like Dark Reapers. They dismiss them. And he's basically got... And what these Dark Reapers have allowed the Eldar player to do is go... Well, actually, your whole plan of baiting me towards you, fuck that. I'm just going to sit here with my 3 units of pretty competent indirect fire, and I'm just going to blast you, knowing that I've got the bottom of the game, knowing that I'm going to be able to get 15 points in the bank. So, and you saw that just from that one round of indirect fire, the Admech player lost a full squad of the Birdmen. Of the fucking bird, of the Bird Skitari, of the Taraxi. So, and that's a big asset lost. That is a big asset lost. So, so Dark Reapers are brutally good Rapture later. They are, but for some reason people disrespect them. I don't know why. Some people do. But and this is something that I've seen. You know, I see a lot of Eldar players taking other units, but frankly, just you should never leave home. If you've got indirect fire, easy access to it on a reasonably priced platform, you should never leave home without it. Like just put 3 units of Dark Reapers in there. It's like 270 points. It's nothing, right? And yeah, and Warforged, they did exactly the same thing in 8th and 9th as well. Yeah, Dark Reapers. Who put your hand up if you played 8th edition? A Dark Reaper spam was meta. Played 40k too early to get destroyed by Dark Reapers. Played 40k too late to get destroyed by Dark Reapers. Played 40k just in time to get destroyed by Dark Reapers. Yeah. So, by the way, I know we've got some super chats and stuff coming here. We will be answering some of those. Any of them which require us to go away from the game, we'll catch up on at a natural break point or after the game. Okay. So we're in turn 2 Admech now. My face is covering up the Admech's score. I do appreciate that, but I'm trying to... I don't want to have chat and me covering up the entire bottom of the page. So maybe there would be quite good, so you guys can still see. Or maybe in the middle. 1 minute. There you go. No, I think I was better where I was. Yeah, there you go. I could just keep you guys up to. There you can just see the victory points there. So the Admech have managed to get. The Admech have managed to get 10 points on primary, which is pretty good. But remember, their home objective does count for that. Now, they didn't get their sabotage off. So the Dark Reapers basically just denied the sabotage. The Dark Reapers basically just denied sabotage. And that's the power of indirect. Oh, you're doing an objective with some shit munchers? Oh, yeah, I'll just stop you from doing that. Yeah, I'll just stop you from doing that. So the Admech... Interestingly, the Eldar, I believe they only went for 1 cleanse. So remember, they had Storm Hostile objective. They could have come down here and taken this objective away, but they didn't. They didn't do that. So the Eldar just went for 1 cleanse, which is this objective over here, and they gave up the chance for big cleanse, and they gave up the chance for Storm Hostile objective. Which meant they only scored 2 points. Now, that meant that basically they're 1 point behind at the end of this, because obviously the Admech got 3 points at the beginning of their turn 1. The Eldar got 2. But it really is. The pressure is on Richard Siegler and the Admech to make something happen here, because they cannot afford to play the waiting game. They cannot. If they play the waiting game, farm a few points, the Eldar will just... Turn 5, just come in and just do what they need to do. Yeah. Yeah. So the Admech now have got Cleanse and Establish Locus. So Cleanse is fine. They can literally take this unit down here and cleanse with it, get the 2 points. Establish Locus. It looks like they're going to try and score that here, because I don't believe you need to be wholly within 6 to get Established Locust. You just need to be within 6. So there's a real chance that this unit here is within 6 inches of the center here, and they're able to just basically, establish locus. So, if that's possible, we should see them go up by four secondary points, which is not a lot. Turn 1, 3 secondary points. Turn 2, 4 secondary points. It's not a lot. There's a lot of nodding. This is a very cagey game. This is a very, very cagey game. Watford, you're absolutely right. Is it just me, or does it look like the game of non-engagement, like nothing is actually engaging with each other? Well, that's it. This is a big problem. This is a big problem. You've got two armies who, it's really who blinks first. That's kind of what it comes down to. Unfortunately, in my opinion, the AdMech, they have to blink first. They have to blink first, whether they want to or not. They have to blink first. Yeah. And maybe that's what they're doing with those Taraxi. Now, I'm not entirely certain. So you've got a little breakdown of what's going on here. I'm not entirely certain what's going on with the Taraxi, but if I was a betting man, they've moved out here for Overwatch purposes, right? Because they've got flamers. So if the they'll probably try and burn. They're probably going to try and burn a lot of these guys away because they'll be able to draw a line of sight to like this guy here with like most of the squad. So they'll try and burn this squad away, and then it creates a bit of a dilemma for the Eldar because if they want to come and take this objective, then they might get Overwatch. But I do believe that the Eldar do have an ability, one of their battle focus abilities, to avoid Overwatch. If that's the case, then this is going to be quite a painful. This could be quite a painful trade. The reason the AdMech may be doing this is very, very simply. I expect Richard Siegler knows that they can just turn his Overwatch off, essentially. But I suspect this is going to be a case of denying 5 primary. It's that simple. Because he knows he has to basically get extra primary to nullify the fact that the Eldar have got a bottom of turn. Yeah, the Eldar can stop Overwatch. Yeah, exactly. So this is probably not a Overwatch situation. Probably not. This is probably a I need to sacrifice this unit here to stop you getting 5 primary points. That's probably the situation. Yeah. We'll do some super chats. There's a bit of pre-measuring and stuff going on right now. So you guys, I think...
all the possible angles here.
It's just so important.
Oh, it's huge.
Let's have a little listen to what these guys are saying.
How to kind of up your play.
Yeah.
If you're maybe not winning as often as you'd like, this is one of the ways to maybe increase that percentage just a little bit.
The Swooping Hawks are his best anti-infantry killing unit. 40 attacks at strength 4. 40 shots rather.
Is this a rapid ingress, maybe?
To the grenade packs after they move.
This could be a rapid ingress we're going to see. Let's have a look what's happening.
Exactly right. Just have a little look at things as they evolve from...
I think there's some Swooping Hawk action going on.
Set to be...
Well, he's got to make a play. I mean, like, Liam has to make plays.
Yeah, he does. He's just going to get eked away if he doesn't. Richard is egging him on to do it. It's like, I know you want to do it, baby. Come on. Come on down.
The thing is, it's like, you kind of do want to do it, and then if it works...
Yeah. So he can't deep strike 9 inches away, because then Richard has +2 to charge on the Infiltrators and Ruststalkers, which Richard is leveraging right now to say you have to deep strike outside and you lose a bunch of your movement.
I think there's some... So no rapid ingress there. So... I'm very... It'll be funny to see who ends up being right in the end of this, because the impression that the Games Workshop commentator just gave there is that Liam, a.k.a. the Eldar, a.k.a. the person who's going second, needs to make plays, and otherwise they'll get eked out by the AdMech. Possibly, but I'm surprised. It does feel, to me, it feels like the pressure is on the AdMech because of the fact they went first.
His best AdMech killing a unit onto the table. He's not doing it.
But
I was trying to get you to do it, but I figured.
Yeah. But we'll see. Maybe it's just classic GW commentary. Maybe they'll end up being right. We'll see what happens.
So forced to hit, forced to wound. This makes it look a lot better. It's going to be averaging 25 hits.
That's a pretty good. That's pretty good.
So he just gave out the number to Liam after Liam counted him. Now Liam's just going to roll it now. Doesn't matter, all dead. Didn't need to roll the next.
Yeah, I mean, unsurprising.
He's failed 4 there already on the first volley with another 25 shots to go.
Yeah, unsurprising. Ah, interesting. Okay, so the Taraxi can move back. Will they all be able to make it, though?
Oh, and bouncing right back to where they started. Back from whence they came.
Okay.
Such a powerful ability. Removing one of...
Excellent. Okay.
Of Liam VSL for no exposure, no risk.
Ah, so there's basically zero. Okay, so there's this zero. So interesting, zero risk from the Taraxi there. So they must have just met. I presume they're just playing by intent, like, hey, I can move out here and I could get back in the same position. Yeah, no dramas, off you go, kind of thing. Okay, that's really interesting. So that does change things a little bit.
Liam was not able to hold an objective through Richard's turn. That is just a basic.
So that is going to mean that the Eldar are going to be only going to get 5 points on primary. So that is I would say that nullifies about a third of that, maybe about half of that. Nullifies about half of that going second advantage that the Eldar had. So that's very interesting. That's very, very interesting. Let's see what happens.
Defend and tempting target, I believe.
Attempting target.
Ooh, he could tempt so many. The middle and the bottom right.
So the Eldar just got the Eldar got attempting target. That's kind of interesting.
That's supposed to be neutral territory, Richard. You cheeky boy.
Okay, let's answer a few super chats whilst because the Eldar player is going to be having a little think about what he wants to do. So, Curse Thompson, thank you for super chat, man. No Guvesa, Riot, I'm disappointed. Yeah, Riot. That's it. No Guvesa. Mal, thank you for the gifted membership, mate. Auntie Williams, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. And Tonk, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. And I remember you saying something, Tonk, about it being paying it for because I saved you a Chimera. No worries, man. I'm glad that the Dettle trick was able to help you, man. Cosmic, thank you for super chat. The cult of the hungry cog. The flare wills it. Feast. So, Cosmic, I'm presuming... Cosmic, this is an easy one for you, right? Support the AdMech, support America. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, for the Americans, this is an easy side to pick in this one. Cosmic, thank you for the super chat, man. Do you know we should come in mid-match right now and nerf Eldar? I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously, any opportunity to nerf Eldar always should do. Warmaster Will, thank you for the 33-month member flex. Xbox, baby. Been playing AdMech at the start of my time. In the sun. I've always wanted to play AdMech myself. Always. I think they're such a cool army. But I think I always... I remember in 8th edition, I was sort of wondering to make the decision of going for Skitarii Horde, and I didn't pull the trigger on that, and I'm kind of regretting it now. Yeah. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, bro. Pointy ears bad, they make me sad. The flesh is weak, the machine is peak. Pointy ears bad, they make me sad. The flesh is weak, the machine is peak. Love that, man. Love that. And then we've got Chris K, thank you for the gifted membership. And Chris K, thank you for the super chat. Project in chat. We'll come back round to the project in chat post game because obviously we don't want to potentially miss anything important that's happening in the game. Yeah. So we're seeing the Eldar push forward here.
Interested to see how much pressure he chooses to apply.
So the Eldar have got extend battle lines and defend stronghold. So defend stronghold is a guaranteed 3 points at this stage. Extend battle lines is an easy 5 if you have an easy trading piece. If you have an easy trading piece, it's just like don't even trip dog. Do you know what I mean? It's just go for it. And it does seem like that's what they're going for.
stressed either. I see no signs of stress or pressure on the side of Liam VSL.
No, but this is a turn.
Are they fire dragons coming out? There's something in the wave serpent jumping out. It could be fire dragons.
Right now, whether if you overwatch
Fire dragons do love a good wave serpent, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's some just ship muncher unit, because obviously he can take one unit out of a transport, put another unit inside a transport, and then just push them forward onto objective. And so it very well, it could just be some guardians, like,
exactly right. Usually fringe players
or maybe a unit of like 5 Dire Avengers or something. Whatever it is, he's gone for it. Now he has to go for that because he's lost. He didn't get as many primary points. He did not get as many primary points as the Admech did in their turn 1.
Is there anything to the left of this? He's looking. He's trying to get the fire dragons onto the dragoons. I don't want to say that's bait, but if Richard wanted to hide those assets, he could have. Let me just quickly.
So it is fire dragons. Apparently, it is fire dragons.
Just gonna have a. Oh, no, not zone. I want it to.
So wave serpent, right? So it could transport 10 guys or 10 or 12 guys. Falcons transport 5 or 6.
Okay, so there is pretty much no.
So there seems to be 2 squads jumping out. I suspect it's 2 5-man squads jumping out of the wave serpent.
So you have to question whether this is bait, whether this is to try and tempt the wave serpent into the battle earlier than maybe it would otherwise.
The commentators are saying it's bait. The thing is, I don't think it can be bait because if you look at the situation here, if you remove...
Fascinating stuff.
What would I do if I was the Eldar player here?
Very interesting little journey we just went on there. We may have learned something about the tempo of these 2 players. Maybe some of the.
What would I do? There's a lot of Admech stuff crowded around, but the Admech can push out into 3 objectives here.
You know, Richard's little lure, the lure of the dragoons, which we know are not premium in this matchup, nowhere near as much as what Richard has identified to us as being his main power units. He thinks are the Taraxi and the Infiltrators.
So the commentators think that the dragoons aren't that big a deal and that the Taraxi are the bigger option. And they're like, oh, I think the Taraxi, I don't think he's going to be bothered about losing dragoons. It's a tricky one, right? Because if the Taraxi are the main thing, then those Dark Reapers are going to get them all by... The Dark Reapers may get them all by the end of this turn. I wouldn't be surprised if the majority of this flank is cleared by the end of this turn. Think about it. Wave Serpent plus Ship Munchers plus, clearing this stuff out. Fire Dragons maybe helping clear some stuff out over here. And then Dark Reapers just clearing out the back. We saw the Dark Reapers, I think, pick up 10 Taraxi in the last turn. It might have just been 5, though. But to me, it feels like if the Dark Eldar, if the Eldar want to, they could basically just rip away most of a flank here. And that might explain why he's being quite ballsy, because obviously if you rip away a flank, you can then start using terrain to reduce the clapback because of line of sight and because of angles. Yeah, see, Dark Reapers are shooting across, right? Yeah, Dark Reapers are shooting across. So
He didn't want to be shot on that line during his movement phase.
He did, so he's letting Richard move those out of the way.
So Liam's been very good, just saying, yo, you said you didn't want to be shot on this line, but I can. Do you want to just shove him?
Okay, bit of a gentleman's game going on there. So Richard Siegler declared he did not want to be shot across a certain line of fire. He declared that in his last turn, and his opponent. Look at this sportsmanship in the finals, boys. Think about how many times you've declared something. I mean, literally, that could change the outcome of the entire championship. That could change the outcome of the entire championship. Because he's just been like, oh, I'll let you move your unit if you didn't want to be drawn line of sight across here. That's very, very good sportsmanship. The Eldar Eldar were very sporting then. I would not have blamed... Obviously, there's the pressure being on camera, but I don't think anyone would have blamed him for not allowing that. Look, there's like, you're declaring something, and then there's like, declaring something... Yeah. And then place the line of sight anyway. Yeah, maybe across this way instead. Yeah. obviously, there's a bit more. We can't hear the conversation going on with the players. But, well, you know, that's interesting. Like, so for me, the reason I'm sort of like saying that's almost too much, like it's very, very sporty, almost too much sportsmanship, is because if I declare I want to hide a unit behind this ruin here to avoid line of sight across here, then I do my very best to hide it. If I still can't hide it, then that's fine. But moving them from here to over here, that's like a whole different move when you think about it. Yeah, you're trying to avoid the line of sight across here, but your original thought was avoid the line of sight across here by hiding behind here. It's a big move from there to there, right? So, yeah. But it may be one of those things where it absolutely makes no difference. You know, like it may be one of those things, but it makes absolutely no difference because the Eldar are just going to shoot the Taraxi with, you know, line of sight, ignoring shit, indirect fire shit. So it may be that it is a nothing burger. Look, do this. Let's do, you know, good display of sportsmanship, do this, but it doesn't actually affect in any way, shape, or form what I was going to shoot at you. Yeah.
There shouldn't be a line straight down this. I believe this angle and this angle theoretically cross, but there might be, like, if he's able to get on this and look straight down, might be able to see the back. But I don't believe he's going to be getting all three.
All three. The wave serpent is very tough.
Yeah,
so they're saying now you know, according to like the maths of the battle map, there should be no line of fire down here from here. The funny thing is that, like, look, at the end of the day, what is possible on like a terrain map and what is possible like in real life are two very different things. And this is something I don't really agree with. I think the terrain is the terrain, and the deployment maps are like, you know, a good guide, but you know, you're not deploying the terrain with like a micrometer, are you? The terrain is getting deployed by the Mark 1 eyeball using tape measures. So, you know, yeah, there's a guide that, oh, this shouldn't be able to shoot across here. But if you can shoot across there, you can shoot across there. It's that simple.
Yes. Well, there's rapid ingress options here for Richard Siegler. He does have 2 units of 10 Taraxi in reserve.
So Richard Siegler has 2 units of 10 Taraxi in reserve. He has a lot of bird people. It's because there's 2 different kinds of bird people data sheet, isn't there? He's gone real hard into the flappy birdmen. My God.
Maybe I was just trying to force a little bit of engagement, you know, just a little bit.
We're at top of round 2. Yeah. Now, obviously there is a time limit on this game, and there's a lot of fuckiness happening right now. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but for me, when it got to the World Championships finals, I'd be tempted to leave the clock. Or at the very least, be like, go from 3 hours to 4 hours. I'd be totally okay with that. You know, you don't want your World Championships to end because you want both players to be able to play the best they can play. You don't want people to be like, oh yeah, you've clocked out. And I don't think that's going to happen. It might do, but you know, the point is, you know, we want to see, you know, for me personally, I want to see the show. I want to see the show, right?
The Wolf Spiders don't do enough damage. The Ballistari don't die. I'm trusting you, Paul. 99% of our listeners. The Ballistari don't die. Wave Serpent goes down. Fwagan and Fire Dragons go down. He loses the unit in the middle. He loses the Rangers at the top. And he loses that unit of Wolf Spiders. He will have lost a quarter of his army.
So, Warhammer chat.
That's just whether it kills everything that it's across from. I mean, that's the question.
Warhammer chat is saying that everything in the Eldar army is going to die. That's exposed. I'm not sure if that's the case. It could be. But Eldar are Eldar at the end of the day, right? Eldar are Eldar, and in my experience, assuming that everything you see in front of you is going to die is a bit of a fool's errand, as it were, because it's the Eldar. They'll have something where they can move and shoot, some way of making themselves more durable or being loaded up. You know, they've always got some Eldar trickery, right? So we'll see. We'll see. I'm just going to mute my microphone for a second because I need to blow my nose.
So he's trying. So if that unit interacts, he comes in for rapid ingress, hits that 6, doesn't want those 50 flechette shots going into Janezar and the Howling Banshees. So Liam has conceded it may be possible with the 6 you get
All right,
to shoot me.
I'm back.
Less, you shouldn't get anybody to hit me.
It's a big assumption. I'm not saying it wouldn't happen, but, you know, again, you're looking at that situation before the Eldar have shot, right? Think about this moment. Everyone's like going, oh, well, all this stuff will be able to fire into all this stuff. It's like, yeah, but what if half of the stuff you're talking about doesn't exist anymore? Because the Eldar have just gone and done Eldar things and just blown away half the army, right? We'll see. We'll see.
Is the Tempest launchers making a return? They've been popular in the past, and I think really can impact the table.
Well, it's what Liam has done differently to many of the other Eldari players.
Yeah, exactly. I'm in cahoots with learn, train, play. I think there's a lot more. I think I think there's some more than meets the eye.
A lot of shots.
Agreed.
But at least in principle, similar profile things you were going to be.
I'm just checking something on my phone, guys. It's related. Don't worry.
I think you rolled incredibly low for those numbers of shots and conversions in round 1.
So yeah, the Dark Reapers rolled badly round 1 and still deleted like a shitload of stuff. So if they pick up in round 2, that could be huge.
That rapid ingress and deep strike in the next turns. Looks like his web is complete. Interesting to note that Liam is not trying to hold that top left objective. He hasn't bothered trying to put anything here.
Yeah. Well, what I mean, it's so the commentator's like, it's interesting he's not holding this objective. It's GW terrain. Like, okay, if we're playing on UKTC or WTC, it's a different fucking story. But it's GW terrain. Like, even if you toe on here, it's so easy to get the angles. It's so easy to get the angles. Have you noticed how both of these armies are fundamentally shooting armies rather than assault armies? It's because they're playing on GW terrain. If they were playing on UKTC or WTC, I'm not saying neither one of these armies would be in the final, but I think the composition of forces would be significantly different. Yeah.
He's going to be deciding right now.
Admech deciding whether to rapid ingress.
Rapid ingressing a unit of 10 Taraxi.
He is going for it.
Where that bubble has been established.
Interesting.
That is the judge in the yellow shirt. Anytime you see that, that will be the judge. And yes, this is
that is interesting.
Both these players undefeated.
Judge JD stationed at our table today. Absolute legend that he is.
Over 400 players.
They're big models.
Down to 2. Correct. Belgium versus United States. One of these nations gets to go home saying we have the world champion.
I wonder.
Spending for 5 Feel No Pain now on the larger squad of infiltrators. This one.
Okay, they're putting a Feel No Pain on the infiltrator squad. That's big because they're like 2 wounds each. I think they're T4, 2 wounds each. With the 5 up Feel No Pain, 5 up Feel No Pain is so good. We all as ex-Death Corps Marshal runners know how good that is, right? I'll just double check the wound situation on those infiltrators for you guys.
Feel No Pains. Feel them both lost a model. Let me see if I was correct in which unit. No, it wasn't. Apologies, guys. It's this unit, the one on the objective.
Okay, he's put the Feel No Pain on the unit on the objective. That makes a lot more sense, to be fair. I was like,
5 pistols from the middle into a
you know, but that might be a mistake. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know. It depends how it spikes, but does a 5 Feel No Pain stop? Does that protect you from Eldar bullshit? I'm not entirely convinced it does. Yeah, so Rustalkers are 2 wounds each. T4, 4 up save, 5 up Feel No Pain. And they'll have an invuln save as well. 5 up invuln. So they're on a 4 up, 5 up, 5 up. Man, crazy. I remember when Rustalkers I first encountered them, they were like T3, 1 wound each. Or T3, 2 wounds each. I'm pretty sure they were 1 wound each. Yeah. But GW moved to this policy of anything on like a 32 mil base basically gets an extra, a wound or toughness 4. Yeah, yeah.
Pulls from the back. Maintains his position on that objective.
Oh, that's a coherency thing. Come on. You can't. What's going on here? Come on. That ain't coherency. And you can't move models to be.
In the balance,
Taken from the front, I believe, is correct.
making the charge harder, but abandoning the objective.
He wasn't holding
I'm just saying, America, you guys are playing sloppy. Okay, like that.
down to 5 on that.
That coherency's fucked, man. And it doesn't matter if you, because there was a model that was keeping them in coherency, right? Boo! Yanks, cheating Yanks. I'm only taking the piss. I'm only taking the piss.
5 ranges into the Taraki.
I would just wonder if the Belgian player will be like, yeah, they're not in coherency, so some half the squad's gonna die one way or another. I wonder. No. It's one of those where it's more we're taking the piss than anything else. There's clearly the capacity for them to be in coherency, and the important thing here is, frankly, so the reason why it doesn't matter. So let me explain why it doesn't matter and why I'm only teasing, because it would matter if this extra gap allowed him to continue holding the objective, but it doesn't. So it's irrelevant. It's actually genuinely irrelevant because he's not using it to gain any advantage in any way, shape, or form. And so it makes no difference whatsoever. And we're playing a game. We're not playing a digital game. We're playing an analog game. Models get nudged all the fucking time. Terrain gets nudged all the fucking time. It really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. So exactly. And you've got the Eldar squad up here, which is probably in a similar position, right? Although they might be okay because 2 inches apart, and they're not on the objective. So yeah, it's one of those where you it's not necessarily about the specifics, it's about like the end result, and the end result is like the admech player has gained no advantage from that, and a model's probably just been nudged. Yeah. So that's why. Do you remember a few like a year or so ago, where everyone was losing their shit because like someone did like a 6-inch reactive move that they were like the post. That the stream chat was doing like Pythagoras being like he couldn't move out and move back. It's because a lot of the time players will just play fairly like by declaration, and both players will know, oh, you could have moved out there, then moved back. It's exactly what we saw here. You can't be busting out the fucking measurements and the Pythagoras. Yeah. Birdman getting picked up. Yeah.
So no squads finished off at all. Cannon to try and finish.
Okay, here we go. So the Taraxi are probably the most important unit.
2 AP1s.
Got him.
Goes down.
Yeah, that's big. Oh, that's big.
Bright Lance misses due to stealth.
That's quite big. I told you guys, I reckon end result this flank cleared. I reckon end result this flank cleared. But what does he do about these is the big question. It's so interesting watching people play. For me as like a guard player, it's so interesting people watch 2 elite armies play into each other, because they're like having to be like, this asset needs to go here and this asset needs to go here. And if it were me, I'd be like, well, of course I have enough to deal with these guys. I have another platoon. I have another, of course. Oh, he's only brought, oh, do I commit my tank or not? Of course I do. I have 4 more. Yeah, so it's very different playing elite versus elite. Interesting.
1 dead and a floating wound.
Okay. So the Taraxi that came in are now getting picked off.
That's a lot.
Oh, that's a good Eldar roll. I told you, boys. I told you.
1 dead one takes another wound, and then the last one, the one that's twin linked. 5 more saves. So he's lost another 2 there in total. So killed 3 in total with that activation.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and of course he's split fire. So he's killing himself away here. Yeah, he is. He's
These AdMech.
squads yet, like we said.
Taking away some of their potential.
Yep, and now the remaining Tempest launcher is going to be shooting into the Taraxi, the Rapid Ingress.
It's a very good roll.
As per our counter, so there won't be any interrupt here.
It's a very good roll.
One guy.
On both sides, to be fair.
And his last Tempest launcher. 7 goes to 8 on blast. Tempest launcher's just eating away here.
Dude, I called it. If I fucking called it.
Damage output and be like, okay, it's go time.
I fucking called it. I said the Tempest launchers and the indirect fire was going to be a key point in this game. The AdMech is struggling to hide. The AdMech is struggling to hide. And when you think about it, how much of the AdMech army is just back here? And how much of that stuff is quite slow? Well, that might sound kind of crazy, but, you know, it's AdMech at the end of the day. It's, you know, AdMech fast is very different to Eldar fast.
Striking Scorpions have made their charge.
It's...
I think they're measuring. It might be close.
4 inches.
Easy. Easy in. Yeah, easy peasy.
Stated he's just out. Liam stated he's just out.
Oh, okay.
Got 4 command points.
I think with that many command points,
He's in.
7's going to make it.
Eldar failed a charge. Command point rerolled, made the charge. Which is huge.
Yeah.
Which is huge. And you might be like, oh, but he had to spend a command point. He had like 4 command points. He had 4 command points, and the AdMech have got no CP. Ugh.
He's going to take a battle shock at -2. They do pass. Lucky sausage.
This could be spicy. It could be spicy.
-1 to hit here on the infiltrators.
Ooh, okay. It's -1 to hit.
Criticals on 5s here.
It's -1 to hit on the infiltrators.
So 6 hits, winning on 3s, 4 saves, 5 invulnerable saves.
Pretty good.
Kills 1.5.
Reckon Chad says people are going to recognize how powerful Adeptus Mechanicus are. I think, yeah, people are going to have to reacquaint themselves with a lot of the...
Yeah, okay. Like, the Eldar are doing stuff, but that can't be the only... If those striking Scorpions went in and... Oh, no, there's more dice coming. There's more dice coming! If more dice are coming, then it's a bit different. I was like, if those striking Scorpions went in and only killed, like, 1.5 or 1... like Sakara infiltrated, that's actually bonkers. But no, they had a lot more dice to go. Yeah.
7 more.
But they've got a 5 at fit. Oh, that's... Oh no, it's average. It's okay.
A floating wound again. These ones should be taken from the back by Richard.
Okay.
Extend battle lines has been achieved for the bottom right.
Defend ongoing.
Will he get back in the boat with Fuegan and co?
I mean, he has to get back in the boat. He has to get back in the boat. Fire Dragons had to get back in the boat. Yeah.
But 2
LDZ, at least they got an ICW terrain and not this cardboard crap. Yeah, dude. So I've actually, like, I'm not a big fan of the... I mean, I appreciate standard terrain maps. I do. Especially for, like, competitive play and stuff. I do appreciate that. But I think I've sort of reached, like, a happy middle ground where I'm not like, L-shaped ruins. I'm just against shitty L-shaped ruins. And I think, you know, I've played on a few really nice competitive boards, and they were nice because they weren't like unpainted MDF ruins. They were proper, there's like proper effort put in. And I think that's really where it comes down to for me. Yeah, I don't mind the L-shaped ruin spam. I don't mind the somewhat abstract terrain in the name of balance, as long as the terrain itself is still like half decent. And like, you know, in a world of, you know, you being able to buy like pre-painted terrain, in a world of you being able to 3D print terrain, there really is, you know, there is not really much. If you're putting on a tournament and people are paying you 50, 60 pounds to come to your tournament, there really isn't much of an excuse to not be running, to not be putting the terrain on. Like, this terrain here is fine. It's very simply fucking airbrushed and airbrushed a couple of colors, literally. Yeah. So I think, yeah, I think I'm on. You know, you know, my saltometer went a bit too far on like GW terrain, and it's come back to a more reasonable position now. And my more reasonable position is, you know, okay, I'll accept the L-shaped ruins, but they have to look good. You can't have me playing on L-shaped ruins and they look like ass. I can't. I'm soz, bro. Not okay. Battle mats. The battle mat here needs to be semi-matching the battle mat squares here. No fucking perspex, and the terrain needs to not look like ass. Like that. That's it. That's my criteria for if you're going to make me play on L shapes. And as long as that's met, then I'm pretty happy with it. Because then I could be like, okay, I play 40k for the more balanced terrain. I'll go and play something like Conflict 47 for the more immersive terrain. And I think we're getting to that stage now with tabletop wargaming where, you know, more and more people play more than one game. You know, back in the day, it was only 40k, because really there was only 40k. But now, with wargaming becoming ever more popular, a rising tide lifts all boats. And I think, you know, more and more often people have 40k and one other game or two other games. So, you know, and as long as, you know, the thing for me is like, as long as I can play on the good terrain sometimes, it doesn't really matter to me whether it's 40k or Conflict or Old World. Yeah.
This is an Overwatch. I didn't quite catch which unit it's on. I believe it's going to be with the Infiltrators.
So let's get back into this game a little bit.
He did pick up that unit of 3.
Whoa.
It's a great job there by Liam.
So as somewhat expected, the majority of this Admech flank has taken a bit of a beating, but I'll admit there's a bit more Admech still here. There's a little bit more Admech than I was expecting.
And infantry won't be able to reach deep into the back lines or get an effective amount of shots. We're about to see if what Richard told me is correct, and that the feel no pain means that he is actually able to charge James R with impunity.
I thought you said he's going to go on turn 3.
So he said he's going to go on
So
turn 4.
turn 3 for the Admech,
Haven't decided yet.
they are on 31 points, but bear in mind they've had a chance to score more primary. So end of turn 2, a better way of looking at this is end of turn 2, it was 26 to 17. So obviously that looks like a great advantage for the Admech, but remember the Eldar have got second turn. They went second, so it's not. You know, it's you know, if you're only 15 points ahead at going into, if you've gone first and you're only 15 points ahead, typically you lose that game.
Like I said,
So
not be surprised if we see the Ballistari go front and center when Richard tries to get aggressive, because they are very hard to handle for the Eldar.
so we'll see.
They require
Got a few super chats coming in here.
as we just saw.
Ishmael Thompson, thank you for super chat, man. How much to introduce some history and watch the Sabaton history was this Bite video? 11 minutes. Ishmael, maybe after the game's finished. Yeah. After the game is finished, we can do that. Curse Thompson, thank you for super chat. I can just tell how poorly designed the bird mech models are just from how the player has to constantly adjust them. Definitely needs some weight. Yeah, you know, they're obviously they're very, you know, they're very light and spindly. It's you know, it's similar to Dark Elder Scourges, right? It's similar to Dark Elder Scourges. Yeah, yeah. Like they a lot of I think it comes down to a lot of the time as well, like the models are just bigger. Like if you look at like some of the old, like models from like models from like 3rd and 4th edition and then compared to like models today, they're so much bigger And so they're more likely to catch on each other. I don't know how you transport. I suppose you magnetize the bases or something. But even then, yeah, the Taraxi are... Admech are a really powerful army whose number one nerf is their real life problems. Cost and model design. Yeah, that's what it is. Lower Decks, thank you for super chat, man. Smug, I'll show you Smug in stream discussion. I'll have to get back to you on that, Lower Decks. I'm not doing anything that's taken us away from the games until after the game, but I will make a note. So I've got to check stream discussion for Chris K and for Lower Decks. I'll make a note of that now so I don't forget.
And Liam stating, I do have a rapid ingress, so feel free to think about that while I do. Reactive move here on the Rangers. He rolled a 4.
Lower Decks and Chris K for the project. Yeah. And then Sabaton, resist, and bite. Yeah. Let's have a look.
Liam VSL is taking a short break. JD, the judge. Judge JD will be standing over, presiding over Richard's movement phase for a moment.
Yeah, Richard free to
more Taraxi. So many Taraxi, man.
Taraxi moving out now.
You can occasionally see. You can occasionally see like there's just a base because one of the models is broken off it. So bad, yeah. The thing is though, like, I don't know if you should be doing that in the nicest possible way. Like, is that modeling for advantage in some ways? Because, you know, the wings are big and they are going to catch on each other. And there are so many angles that you can have for those wings to not get in each other's way. Yeah.
Going straight through that gap. Their base perfectly shaped to negotiate that. Other one is going around the long way in order to tie the coherency nicely. You just have to start and end your moves in coherency, guys, so that play is perfectly legal.
Yeah.
Good thing to know at home.
all this real estate. These 4 miles are taken up.
Yeah, exactly right.
Calls coming out. So I would say this is a bit of an Admech go turn.
See the wave serpent?
This is a bit of an Admech go turn. You've got both units of all 3 units of Iron Striders coming out. You've got all remaining Taraxi being committed. And you've got like foot slogging units like Skitaria and stuff also seemingly being committed. I don't know if this is going to be the only Admech go turn, but it definitely seems like this is a bit of an Admech go turn here. It'll be interesting to see what these Ruststalkers do. But I think the Admech probably have the capacity for 2 go turns. Yeah. I tell you what's interesting though.
These armies are almost a match for each other in speed.
I tell you what's interesting though. These are 2 elite armies, but they're not like Space Marine elite. Think about what we saw with LVO, with how elite that Deathwatch army was. And both of these sides have got a lot of trading pieces. Both of these sides have got a lot of multiple small units. I think that we are going to be seeing a new meta, one way or another. And I think we're going to be seeing an MSU semi-elite meta coming in. Because the problem with a lot of Space Marine units is they do sometimes take like big old like chonker units, and you know, like I remember when I played, do you remember when I did my video? It was sort of post after. It's after I went to like 3 tournaments in a row, like undefeated, and then I did it with Guard and with Guard and Tau. And I said the big problem is that there's not enough ship munchers in people's armies. Well, if you kind of look at these armies, it does feel like the Admech has got more ship munchers. So I wonder, it might sound kind of crazy, but I wonder if we're entering a bit of a ship muncher meta, where it's like, look, you've got to have the good units, but you can't neglect your ship munchers. And I've got a feeling like this is this is kind of where we're getting to. I think we're getting to the shit muncher meta. Not that you take only shit munchers, but that you better make sure you've got sufficient shit munchers. It's not just about like, you know, 4 or 5 big mega bricks of death. You know, like it's not about 4 or 5 big mega bricks of death. It's about like having sufficient logistical support, essentially. Because at the end of the day, if you only have a massive mega death unit, then when someone puts out a 5-man unit like of shit munchers, your only response is to commit like a 300-point unit to deal with that. Well, that's not good for you. That's very inefficient. It's inefficient. If someone pushes with a 5-man unit of shit munchers, you need to be able to have a 5-man unit of shit munchers as well. Otherwise, your elite goes into their shit munchers, and then their elite goes into your elite and wins. So that's kind of what I feel like is going on here. That's what I feel like is going on.
He put the thrall net on a different unit, so that unit of dragoons can't advance and shoot. So he's just backed them up 6 inches.
Okay, so bit of a misplay from the I'm just saying America.
So, yeah,
This is you know what's funny? I'm just stirring the pot, right? I'm just stirring the pot. And I would find it actually hilarious tomorrow if like there was a bunch of people on like Reddit criticizing Richard Siegler for like sloppy play. It's like, bro, it literally doesn't matter. It's actually something to be commended. He caught himself in a mistake, and then he corrected that mistake. That's exactly how you should be playing. Oh fuck! I advanced and charged on 2 units. I advanced and shoot 2 units. I can't do that. I'm just gonna basically undo that move. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's fine. That's what you should be doing. That is a gorgeous shot. Oh my god! Look how many broken AdMech models there are. Look how many broken AdMech models there are. Like, yeah, it's a beautiful looking army, but. Look, there's a pile of broken Taraxi and a broken fucking infiltrator there. Yeah.
He is considering this rapid ingress.
I think he must. He must respond to this aggression.
And Richard is asking, he's like,
AdMech is such a beautiful army, but I don't think I've ever played someone who hasn't got at least 1 or 2 broken models. Yeah. Exactly. Cosmic nailed it on the head, man. We should be able to trust each other to self-police, keep things honest. It's a gentleman's war game after all. Yeah, I mean, that's it. It is the gentleman's game. Oh my god, Dustin Polos. Dustin Polos. Yeah. Oh my god. Right, Dustin Polos, I'm going to wank you off quickly, but if I end up having to cut it out halfway through because exciting shit's happening, please don't lambast me. I'll wank you off again in a natural break. But Dustin Polos, 50 gifted memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy! It's popping up, boys! Right, everyone, I want you to spam 07 down in the chat to Dustin Polos. 50 gifted memberships. That's a really big fucking deal. That's like a Death Strike fucking chat. He's sending in the next wave. Oh my god, it's the Imperial Guard coming in with the steel chair, clearing away both the Eldar and the
It's a pity that's the only vehicle.
Oh shit. We've had a deadly demise.
In order to get to the 12 I predicted.
We've just had a deadly demise? How many wounds?
this is, deadly demise, roll this.
Oh, that is so good for the Eldar player. That's just free damage.
So with that deadly demise, actually we are going to do a giveaway on Twitch. Terms and restrictions apply.
I mean, that's just free damage, right? Because everything down here is expected to die. Everything down here is just expected to die. So that deadly demise is, I don't know. I personally, I feel like that's a good thing for the Eldar. Oh no, some of my units that are in front of the fucking AdMech gun line took some mortal wounds.
6 hits, 6 wounds. And then,
5 minutes.
Did you just see that? Liam asked Richard to roll his disembark mortal wounds. And Richard rolled it for him with his dice and only got 1.
What do we think? Is that good for the Admech or good for the Eldar? Personally, I feel like it's good for the Eldar because they probably expect most of this stuff to die anyway. If I was the Eldar player, I'd expect most of it to die. So it'll be interesting to see how it ends up lying. Because, I mean, I feel like these 5 warp spiders die anyway. Do you know what I mean? I mean, and I think they die to, like, spare firepower anyway. But the fact that he lost Taraxi and he lost Infiltrators to that. He basically lost, I think he lost 2 Taraxi and the remaining Infiltrators to that Wave Serpent dying. Now, the Eldar player did lose like 4 Warp Spiders, and that could be significant. But to me, that feels like, if I'm the Eldar player, I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, I don't give a fuck. Yeah.
4 wounds on the striking scorpions. Only AP 1. No ignore cover. Does only kill 1.
Kills 1. 4. Wound on the Exarch.
Had to pull the Exarch.
Interesting.
The unit of Infiltrators. There was 2 here. I'm not sure if there's one still under the overhang. I'll try and get a shot.
Interesting. Just Apollos, going back to you. Dude, seriously, man, thank you for the 50 memberships. 07, you magnificent bastard. And I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, an absolute goddamn giga chad. Thank you so much for the whole additional company of Imperial Guard. And it's a shame that Guard aren't in the final today, but at least we get our Guard on this channel. There we go. Amazing, man. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, buddy. Really, really fucking appreciate it. I'm sorry if I'm rushing it a little bit. I don't want to miss the game, but I also want to make sure that you feel appreciated and that you know that I really, really do. I am very, very thankful for those memberships, man. 07, buddy. Thank you, bro. Oh, man.
Either shooting or charging. If they charge, they do need to dodge Jane Zar's heroic intervention, if possible.
Another couple minutes on the giveaway over on Twitch. You do need a My Warhammer account.
1 minute. I do need to just do something very quickly.
2 dead. That's the Taraxi firing into the Fire Dragons. Did lose 2 there. Now he's using his reactive move after being shot. He rolled a 4. I think we just saw the final of Underworld.
We did. We just got I think a result exactly over there on Underworld.
There we go. All right.
Just showing you the delineation of forces for this reactive move.
All right, just Apollos. Thanks for all I've learned from the channel this year. After my last tournament in 2025. Hey! Nice, man. Dude, I'm glad I've been able to help. And look, I'm hoping... You know, I know I've been down on 40k for like the last 3 months. It's been 3 months, right? It's been Salt Gust, Peptember, like Hypetober. But you know, I'm feeling like we've gone through like 3 months of Salt, but I'm starting to really come back around to 40k again. I still don't think it's as good as it once was. But I'm rather than complaining about it, I'm trying to find ways to enjoy it. Yeah.
I believe this is going to be overkill.
Sorry, this is into the Striking Scorpions.
Striking Scorpions are underneath. So Striking Scorpions are going down here. There is a lot of Admech left. Are we... I mean, are we getting a Horde meta here, guys? I feel like Horde meta might be incoming.
They're dead. Got him. Good. Splitting up a fire here. By Richard Siegler.
There's not that much left. I mean, there is or there isn't. I just don't feel like there's that much Eldar left.
Taraxi going back into the safety of the ruins.
Jumping right back in there, right back to exactly where they were deployed. This is the second time they've done this maneuver.
You know?
Rinse, repeat.
Now this unit of Taraxi, I expect to charge Fuegan, and they're going to try and go inside of the unit. If I can just show you guys here.
It's not a horde. The thing is, though, it's not a horde meta. I think I want to, because obviously, I think hordes have been very badly diddled in 40k, especially from a flavor point of view. Look at like Unending Swarm. I think it's semi-elite meta. Yeah, I think it's the. I think we're about to enter a semi-elite meta, where basically you need to have your damage dealers, but you can't only have elite units. Even if you're an elite army, you can't only have elite units. Like, you need to be able to have the damage dealers and the shit munchers.
He's asking Liam to tell him how many can see into the fire dragons.
I do feel like the AdMech have had fairly dog shit secondaries. I will say I feel like they've had fairly I feel like the AdMech have had dog shit secondaries, which they've sort of scraped by on. And the Eldar have had good secondaries, which they've chosen not to pursue. In the name of preservation. Yeah.
Maybe not all of them. Maybe this.
Cosmic, I don't know if it's battle line infantry, because there's not that much battle line in the AdMech army. There's like 2 squads of rangers, right? So I don't think it's battle line infantry. I think it's cheap, capable infantry.
Richard is thoroughly encouraging Liam to use his dice more often. Sniper rifle hits and wounds.
EP2 no
Another one
cover.
down.
Eldar player is rolling like shit, apparently.
Plasma caliber hits and wounds. Another one down. Wow, dropping like flies.
Yeah, the Eldar player basically failed every single save there. Not something you want to do on an Eldar army.
4 up here. Another fail.
There is Qatari.
Taxi just to kill Fuegan and get that assassination point.
Okay, so he's got a whole unit of Taraxi to kill Fuegan.
How much more time do we have on the giveaway?
2 minutes left on the giveaway.
Let's give it about 2 minutes. Get a hype train going.
No fate dice. Yeah, it makes a big difference.
Just discussing here what can and can't see from Karl and co. Choose to hit on Belisarius Karl.
The AdMech are doing a lot of damage here.
Apologies, no.
If I'm going to be honest, boys,
No longer see Fuegan.
using my inbuilt total war-ometer, I'm feeling this is 60% in favor of AdMech now.
I'm all out of friends. My fire dragon
But I mean, look at the map here. Warp Spider's going down. Wave Serpent. I mean, all of the Eldar stuff here has been cleared.
kill one Phoenix Lord.
Well, gotta do it twice.
And all the Fire Dragons. Yeah.
Kills him once, he does get assassinate.
Now, remember, I think Fuegan does get back up, but even if he kills him, he still gets the assassinate point. Even if he gets back up, he still gets assassinate points. So I don't think it's completely in there. So I think it's important, to say, I think it's 60% in favor of the AdMech, but remember, the AdMech have had a go turn, and the Eldar haven't had a go turn. So,
Shooting into the ranges now.
but Eldar are fast, but there's a lot of ground to cover here. Yeah,
This
I mean,
is the Taurasi that can see here.
there's a lot of ground for them to cover now.
Reapers into the ruin.
Those are some premium targets.
Good hit roll. Good wound roll. 3 ups. All good. 2 down. 3 down. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Oh shit! I'm 60, maybe 70% to the AdMech now. He's clearing out the Dark Reapers.
No wounds on it.
I feel like that's a poor play from the Eldar there. Allowing those Dark Reapers to be exposed, that's a poor play. There's no reason he couldn't spin those fucking guns around and not be seen.
4s into the ranges.
Yeah, because they've got indirect fire weapons.
Window.
Oh, yeah, that's an asset that needed to be in.
Might not be killing them.
It needed to be in.
One down. He will be able to charge him with the Dragoons.
Mm.
It's pretty good. Get a little bit extra movement.
The admech, frankly,
Doing a jail strategy. He's not going for Fuegan. Oh, I love this, Richard.
yeah, the admech.
Firing and fading, and he's walling off.
This is huge. Yeah, okay, this is huge.
I find this
So
curious. If this was
he's
intent the entire
the
time, why is
90% of the Eldar army is behind this ruin, right?
into this
90% of the Eldar army is behind this ruin,
over here? It's a very interesting.
and he's just now they can't take advantage of their Eldar speed. Now they can't take advantage of the Eldar speed.
So he's seeded. He will not be getting assassination this turn. He's going to take the command point.
So he's given up. He's given up five. He's given up five secondary points. Players giving up a lot of points here. He's for they're basically like trying to beat each other not on points, which is kind of interesting.
Sorry, mate.
So
I can't quite see it on this angle. And the lanky form of Liam VSL is blocking it on the other. So the question here by John Lennon is, if I charge with these Dragoons, do you think there's any way that furthest model away can pile, consolidate, and get on that objective? And they've decided no, and he goes with an 8-inch charge. He's going to base as many models as possible. And leaping over that terrain piece, which is perfectly legal, to connect there.
yeah,
3 attacks apiece.
channel admech army when? I mean, Cosmic. To be fair, I feel like the Blood Pact can do some serious admech standing in. Do you know what I mean? Learn, train, play. His sports team is costing him the game. Yeah, I would say so. I would say so. If I had been the admech player in that scenario, I would have said, "Hey, bro, do you want to turn those Dark Reapers so they're facing that way? Because obviously your intention was for them not to be seen, right?" Yeah, little.
Their composure is just icy. I'm actually more impressed.
Little bit of
Must have been calling the Dragoons.
That's what it looked
not been a two-way street.
Love this wall.
Had to go check it out. I couldn't believe it.
It's the, I think, you know, we're getting a bit of the, how should we say this? I think we're getting a slight display of the European mindset versus the American mindset. This is, you know, I'm not shitting on my American players. I'm not shitting on them, my American viewers. But, you know, my American viewers, like Mad Larkin and that, you guys will agree with me. There's been times when I've said, hey, this is how we do things in Europe and in the UK. And you guys go, no, that's stupid. If you can get the win, you go for the win. If you could do this, you do that. Punish them and all that kind of stuff. There's a little bit of that of like, only the best, screw the rest kind of mentality. And I think, you know, that's a little bit of a, you know, that American, how should we put this, like American excellence mindset, shall we say? And I think maybe, you know, Liam has given a bit, but I don't know if Siegler has given a bit. Yeah, exactly. We can't hear the players. I wouldn't make assumptions. Silver is a consummate sportsmanship. Yeah, Siegler is a consummate. Yeah, I think I'm not saying that there's anything here. There's no drama here. There's no drama here in any way, shape, or form. But, you know, at the end of the day, you got two players from two different cultures who are playing each other. There is going to be slight differences that occur in terms of mindset. Yeah.
Richard isn't trying to table Liam. He's not trying to table Liam. What he's doing,
I don't know.
And I do want to say, I do think Richard has played very interestingly with that jail strat. I did not see that jail strat coming.
100 million wounds onto the middle objectives, and Liam cannot get the 15. Cannot burn. Cannot do anything of significance.
Yeah.
That looks like his current plan. Because
Yeah, so basically what the AdMech player is doing here is he's trying to nullify the Eldar's ability to get 15 points, which he has to do.
Just content with the fact that he has got 10s on primary, at least 1 10 and 1 5, and Liam has got 5 and 5, and the board has been taken away from him.
So we were talking about what Richard had on his side of the table. Liam has a ton of stuff still as well.
Yeah, the fact that we're going into turn 3 and both armies, I'd say about 75% intact is pretty big.
Is big, but you know who's not contained? Lycus. Lycus can jump, teleport through the warp.
The warp spider. He's got the warp spider guy.
Yeah, that's what I think he's making.
Guys,
Right there. But what can he
I
do?
think there's
To case in point of Richard, he hasn't exposed anything that Lycus predators.
Yeah, and then
Lycus isn't great at shooting against Ballistari. Isn't a power piece against these units.
can he tie it to points? Like, what can he get up there and get some no prisoners points from?
So
I'm saying it's 60% favor of Admech, 40% favor of Eldar.
is the interesting play.
But I always know not to underestimate the Eldar, man.
On Lycus first
Lycus
call.
into call.
So it's Lycus and 5 Wolf Spiders into call. The premise would be you go over there. You do get to activate into Belisarius because you'll be within lone op range because you're going to be right on the doorstep after moving possibly 26 inches and declaring a charge.
Yep.
Does that kill call?
So Call has toughness 8 with 10 wounds and a 4+ invulnerable save.
So the normal Wolf Spiders will be winning call on 6s. There's one that's twin linked and there's one that's strength 5. So essentially maybe that's 1 wound. Yeah. Lycus has, AP2 wounding on 5s at damage 2. So theoretically that does 2 to 4 more. So let's say half dead when Lycus charges. Does Lycus
The commentators are wondering if the Eldar player goes after Call.
Probably no.
Lycus, well, we'll talk about Lycus in a second, but he's got to get it done too. Call can heal the commander, so it has to all get done
Has to get it done in one shot.
All we need is for Eldar to lose. Or Liam. You don't underestimate Liam ever. Yeah. Now, I will say this. The commentators did say that the attitude of both players is like they're icy. Now, I wonder if that's a case of both players being calm under pressure or a little bit of a... Come on, bro. I was nice to you with your Tiraxi. Why are you being a cunt to me? With my Dark Reapers, but yeah, we'll see.
That is 2 wounds most likely. And you have 4 up invulnerable saves. That's 2 damage done.
So
So Belisarius call.
the Whispering Web and the shooting phase after the model makes
But we'll
it so
see.
it has shot, select one enemy unit hit by one or more of those
Also, I could be completely wrong. Those Dark Reapers... I want to make something abundantly clear. I could be very, very wrong. I do think those Dark Reapers maybe did need line of sight, but I don't think they did.
Okay.
We're just going to do a count.
Do you know what I mean? I don't think they did, but we'll see.
Right now, they have to be wholly within. So that's
Maybe there was a bit of line of sight drawing, maybe there wasn't.
unit out. So we're going to be going with this unit of Ballistari that we can barely see, Call, and this unit. So it's only 3.
Three
It's
units?
only 3.
3 units?
That's very doable.
It could easily overwhelm that if he wants.
Yeah.
But at what cost? But if he is planning on making a move with Lycus,
Displayer might know prisons for the Eldar.
probably the time to do that. He can definitely arrange that.
He needs to... Thing is, a lot of the... If the Eldar go... If the Eldar can clear this in a big go turn, that'll be very interesting. But I just don't know if... Yeah.
Call may not make
They
an
need
impact
a
on
big
damage.
go turn, the Eldar. And I just don't know if they've got it.
Yeah.
But he can if
I
he-
genuinely just don't know if they've got it.
He's got to get there.
Look at this guy. We've got Judge JD doing push-ups.
Meaning about what's the prize for coming first? I mean, I don't know what the if there's a monetary prize or anything, but being the world champion,
Championship of Warhammer
being the
would be
undisputed best player in the world, essentially, it's a pretty big deal. Yeah.
We're going to see things from Liam VSL's point of view right now. POV from his deployment zone. So John Lennon trying to rob him of one of his turns.
It's a very close
Where he
game.
can go, what he can affect.
It's a very, very, very close game.
Richard Siegler
I'll say what I'll say this.
unit of Taraxi back here that could
Win or lose,
and
Belgium or America, Admech or Eldar.
that would be pretty punishing.
We're in a 40k final where it could really go any way.
Third of his army he has just not used at all this game.
It could go any way. And I've not said that in a lot. The last few finals of the last few big events have been extremely close.
Winners lodged up now from our contest. Thank you so much everybody who supports us and has supported us thus far.
Yeah. The Admech just have so much stuff. I think they probably have too much
14
stuff.
lines as it sits right now after the primary score of Liam VSL has been added. Of course, Defense Stronghold coming in late in the piece. Got a Flicker Jump being active. Still 2 units. One of which has Lycus in it. Of the
Yeah,
one
Litchfield General speaks well to the balance of the game despite the flavor complaints.
Here we go.
Yeah, I think 40k from a...
Point of
I have maintained this. through all of my salt, over the last 3 months, I have never complained about... I have rarely complained about the external balance of 40k. Rarely. I think from a balance point of view, from a macro balance point of view, the game's in one of the best places that it's been, and we're going. This will be our third super major final in as many months, which is already an amazing thing when you think about it. With a different faction winning it each time. Whatever happens, it's going to be a different faction. We've had Chaos win one, we've had Guard win one, and then it's going to be Admech or Eldar that win one. And so, from a macro point of view, like all the factions against everyone and all that kind of stuff, I think the game's is a really good place. I think the issue is micro balance, as in internal balance. You know, there's and I think also the problem with 40k is because of the Great Purge that's taken place during 10th edition, with so many models being removed. I think, you know, ChatGPT estimated that like between 300 and 500 units have been moved to Legends, and then you've got the stuff on top of that which has just been completely removed from the game. So 300 to 500, you know, if we say, you know, 400 units have basically been removed from the game. No wonder the game is feeling shallow. No wonder the game is feeling somewhat flavorless. So I think what we really need from 11th edition is the addition of gain. And so that's why when I see, you know, that's why, you know, the reveals that we had on Friday, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I was like, those reveals are absolutely sick. Those reveals, yeah, like, because even though they were only characters, like, more gain, the better. More gain, the better. We need more. We need, from this point on, we need a glut of models. And if GW delivers that, then I will make a video titled "I was so wrong, lambast me," and I will throw myself on my sword. I will do that. Yeah. Mini Dingbat, he lost on a game on day 2, either round 4 or round 5, so he couldn't make it to day 3. He did very well. He went 4-1, I believe.
So definitely Richard is acknowledging the fact that he is up by 5 on the total primary here. But if these guys go tit for tat on primary from here on out, Liam VSL burns on turn 5 and they're even. And so then it diverts to who got the better secondaries, who played the secondaries better.
Well, Liam did have a rough go with the secondaries in round 1.
Yeah. Looks like it's shooting time, guys.
All right, Eldar coming in.
High rolling here. If I had to assume,
What have the Eldar done? Man, I do not get this fucking game. We're on round 3. And the Eldar have got display of might and no prisoners. And they're just... I'm not trying to discount Liam. I'm not trying to discount the Eldar. But, you know, you can lose a game from just being too timid. You know, to me, it does not feel like there's enough Eldar, like, pushing out right now.
Yeah, it was the Rangers, as I assumed. I quite missed that declaration, but it was easy to guess that one.
I can't help but feel like...
It's a big squad.
Like, this needs to die, this needs to die, this needs to die, and these need to die to get him back in the game. I'm very confused.
3 wounds done.
But I don't play Eldar. But I feel, yeah, exactly. Maybe they're playing on a level our plebeian minds cannot comprehend. But my plebeian mind right now is saying, bro, you've got turn 4, turn 5 left.
3 fails.
And you're still stuck in your deployment zone. You're an Eldar player who's stuck in the deployment zone. That feels kind of fucking weird to me.
Definitely want to take that unit off the table.
It needs to. Yeah, I was just going to re-rack and do the same thing again. myriad of units here that could be affecting this fire. Yeah, well done, Liam. He's doing what he needs to do so far. He's taken Richard off a 10-point primary, and he's taking care of the screens in his face.
Okay, so the Admech are off a 10-point primary now.
11 shots from the top.
And to be fair, when this unit dies, when this unit of Taraxi dies, there's only one unit left.
Good roll.
And the Taraxi are doing the heavy lifting.
7 shots.
6 hits. Yeah.
Oof, must be nice. One
Not
save
so
there.
great on the boom rolls, but
Another Taraxi down. This is from the back squad. He's working on next turn's problem here. He's banking on his charge move to finish.
Ah, oh, this is good.
that is
Okay, don't count the pointy ears out. Do not count the pointy ears out.
Last one.
He's actually using his long-ranged indirect fire to clear out the back Taraxi, and he's clearing these out in melee. So it means that essentially basically by the end of this turn, the Taraxi are basically all gone. Like, I mean, there's going to be like scraplets, but the Taraxi are basically gone at the end of this turn. Like maybe like 5 or 6 left out of feels like 40 or 50 of the fucking things. So maybe 40. I think more realistically 40 of the things. So that's pretty big.
seldom loses.
That's another good one too. Head cannon building. I'm not sure this needs to be rolled out. It's almost certain here that even Jane's by herself takes out these last 3 Taraxi. 4 saves so far. 2 down, 1 left. This is
Jane's are swinging now.
Jane's are just clearing out the Taraxi.
4 more only, and dead.
Yeah. So those Taraxi are gone.
They're going to reactive move.
And I'm feeling like there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 Taraxi left in the back squad.
Might be via the 6-inch consolidate, and that gets them back on the objective. Actually, I don't believe so. It must be another battle focus token. I mean, you could probably just tell me whatever words you said. I'd probably just nod and be like, yeah, fair enough, mate. Sounds like something you could do.
Love the speed of
No,
play.
it was, yeah. He has to put 1 model on the objective, so that's what he did. That is very, very clever there.
Interesting.
He's going to spend a CP possibly and put a unit into strategic reserve. Now, yeah, what he was lining up there takes up a unit of Taraxi, deep strikes it here, shoots, kills this squad, and then moves 12 inches and relines that area. Definitely a play he could do.
Is he getting this play right?
Yeah, so the problem the Eldar have got is... So the problem the Eldar have got is that
No, he's not. He's not.
they could get jailed again. They could get jailed again. But Animal Glory, can I just say that for the World Championships Warhammer, I'm extremely underwhelmed by that board. Yeah, dude, at least the MDF terrain is painted, right? At least the ruins are painted. I know what you mean, but at least the ruins are painted.
Storm
Yeah.
style objective. Oh, that's a good time. And area denial, that's a very good time. Richard is ripping the secondary cards here. Liam taking this.
I think Admech are going to take this.
We're going to take a quick break while we stretch our legs, go check out the table. Be back in
Okay, the players are taking a quick break. I think they're going to take it. If I were a betting man, I think the Admech are going to take it. It feels like it just feels like the Eldar are playing so timidly. It really does, but we'll see. It's not MDF mini dingbat. It's plastic ruins, but it's at least the L-shaped ruins are painted. Yeah. Let's have a look. Got some super chats coming in here. Cosmic Drew played a 2,000 point game of K47. Stream discussion battle report on Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, baby. Yes, dude. I am very, very looking forward to it. I played a game of K47 yesterday as well. I got a converted. Any player that I get to try this thing, it converts. It wasn't a battle report game or anything. It was just getting a mate who plays other war games into it. Yeah, man, dude. Cosmic. I'm ready for it. I'm very looking forward to that after action report, man. Mine was just a learning game, so there's not much to report there. But 2,000 points, nice. I'll tell you what I will say. It was a 2,000-point learning game, but my opponent was using Americans and I was using Axis. And the Americans won. And I didn't let him win. But I taught him the lessons that I had learned with like fireflies and stuff. And let me just tell you, linebackers are great when you know what you're doing with them. Americans, I think, are a very, very powerful faction. US is a very, very powerful faction in K47. Once you know what you're doing with them, they do feel a little bit like guard. Like you got to take a few licks, and then when you figure them out, they fucking rock. Yeah. So yeah, it looks good. Yeah. Point blank is peak. You're absolutely right. Point blank is peak, Cosmic. Russ W, this isn't Blackadder. Riot. Maybe we'll do a little Blackadder watch party afterwards. We'll see. It's only 10 past 9, 20 past 9. So yeah, plenty of time for other stuff. And we had the Red Scout. Red Scout, thank you for the 36-month member flex, baby. 3 years of holding the line. 07, sir. 07 back at you. You absolute king of charge. You're definitely a hardened veteran now, man. Thank you for all your support. You're a good lad. Amazing. Amazing. All right. Cool. Cosmic, oh hey, I'm building my last unit of linebackers. Should I keep with the Flamers and SMG? Do you mean Fireflies, Cosmic? If you mean Fireflies, then yeah, I still think you want the Flamer. I think you want one guy with the Flamer, one guy with the basic SMG, 4 guys with the Tesla SMGs, because the basic SMG guy is the loader for the flamethrower. Yeah. And so you save 4 points off the Flamer, which is really nice. Because the Flamer can't shoot on its own; it needs a guy to load it, unless he's the last man standing in the squad, and then he can shoot on his own, but he gets -1 to hit. Yeah. So I would go for you've done a lot of like 1 BAR, 1 regular SMG, 4 Tesla SMGs, right? I would go for four Tesla Thompsons and then a Flamer and a basic SMG guy for the last squad of 6. That's what I would do, Cosmic. Guys, I had a moment of weakness earlier today. I want you guys to let me know what you think. I thought, why am I resisting? Why am I fighting it so much? Why am I like trying to push against the inevitable? You know, I make all these complaints about like 40k lacking flavor and units being removed and all this kind of stuff. But if I just played Ultramarines, I wouldn't have this problem. So I know I'm like the Imperial Guard guy, but why don't I just play Ultramarines and then I never have any then I always have the best models. I always get the most attention from Daddy GW, and I never have to worry or think again. Like, am I mad? Why don't I just fucking play Ultramarines and like have nothing to complain about and just live in this like happy bubble? Oh. That's pretty fucking awesome. Yeah. Lichfire General, what happened to your Black Templar army? That's pretty flavorful army even now. I kind of my Black Templars required me to invest a few £100 to get them back up to speed, and I just couldn't be bothered. I couldn't be bothered. Right, what I'm going to do, guys, I need a quick piss. I'm going to put the background audio on. And even if the commentators come, if the game comes back while I'm having a piss, the GW commentators can fill in for me. I'll let them have a chance. Yeah, they can fill in for me. Yeah.
I need you to go down there and raise hell. Can't say for sure what's waiting in the shadows. Valkyrie exfiltration will be waiting. if you make it that far. Bro, what the hell is that? You're in for a fight now. Do me proud. Still alive? Good.
Those goons need attention.
Get moving. Extraction inbound. Move it. Move your asses.
Zola, we're gonna need more rejects.
Not come back to the game yet. Just checking something. Okay, no, there's at least one more trailer. Just gonna grab a drink.
We are back, everybody.
Oh, 1 minute.
And we are back. We took a break. The players took a break. You didn't miss any action. So
Okay,
no reason
they
to
are having a
stress.
break. They
It's a
are
4-hour round.
back.
It's
I'm
the
gonna let the
final
GW
game.
commentators talk to
Plenty
you guys
of
for
time
1
to
second. Just
play.
gonna grab a refill.
We love being able to offer that to our players, and also it's 4-hour rounds, baby. Sometimes Paul and I do need to attend the
Right,
bathroom.
yeah.
Well,
So,
I'm glad that the
we are
hopefully you
using
guys,
this
they'll
all
look
star
after you for 5
to
minutes.
really plot out
Not
their
even that 1
turns.
minute.
Well, it gave me an opportunity to chat to both players privately and separately, and it showed great insight. So Liam is foreseeing what Richard is engineering. Richard is engineering in this turn, having Ballistari on all 3 middle objectives. And then Liam has to throw. His entire
does.
army has to come out to respond to this. And then it's all exposed to the last wave, the
Let me
2
speak
units
to
of
that.
infiltrators and the unit of Taraxi that has been waiting in the wings.
All this stuff.
Yep.
How many units there? 6 units there.
Yep. And here it goes. He is engineering it right now. That is going to get him area denial in the middle. And once Karl and the 2 Ballistari in the bottom take back the other objective, he will have.
Plus this over here.
He's declaring a burn action on the middle objective, guys.
This Richard declaring the burn action.
And yeah, there's going to have 2 Ballistari stepping up. And once those units take care of those warp spiders, he will have Storm hostile as well. So Liam has seen this. He said, I'm going to need to make some magic happen because my army can kill. They can come out and kill all these Ballistari, but then how do I survive what Richard does to me in response? And if I don't come out on turn 4 to respond to this, Richard gets another 5 points ahead on primary. And because right now, it's I can't remember if it's 12 or 13 points differential that they decided that there are. When you add in the primary score.
Okay,
for,
I'm back.
It's 12. When you add in the primary score for Liam, it's
So
gonna be a 5.
you guys, I had my headset with me, so you guys have heard the same
If he
thing
doesn't
that
stop this, and Richard gets a 10 on his next turn.
you guys have heard the same thing that I heard.
Point differential, another 5-point extend, so it extends to 17 points between them.
I want to say,
And burns an objective.
I always try and be fair,
Down to the
right? I always try and be fair with like GW, and I think they've really stepped up their game.
They cycle their cards.
The commentators here know what the fuck they're talking about. The difference between this final and the LVO final is night and day. So,
Liam doesn't come out, Richard's already stated.
you know, Games Workshop, credit where credit is due. This is really good, and you know, this is like the standard that we expect now. But it's not a standard that will get old. It's a good standard. All right. If you could push it even further, amazing. If you could push it even further, amazing. But the fact that the judges are taking a moment to like talk to, the players and all that kind of stuff is fantastic. So, yeah, it's a lot better. So, well done, Games Workshop. People are saying it's like an Art of War commentator. That's really good. Look, GW, I think GW can. If I was to give GW, and I know, some advice, they have this mentality that they have to do everything themselves. But the reality of the situation is that the community there are some unbelievably talented people in the community, and you don't need to like do what you did with like Warhammer animations and hire them in. just contract with them. Just subcontract to important people in the community. And, you know, and I know GW will be like, oh, I'm not sure about that. What if, like, one of them turns out to be a nonce or something? No one's going to blame you for that, okay? Like, obviously, everyone's got, like, dark shit. Like, no one's going to blame you, GW, for that, right? So you don't need to hire them or anything like that. Just subcontract. You have the money, subcontract. And, you know, and if there are people out there which you know, I think that's the way they kind of need to do it. I think, and I'm hoping that they're starting to learn that a little bit. Like, look, you know, GW, if there's something out there, you have the money at this point to, you know, what do a lot of like website and like digital designers do? They make something really good, expecting Google or Amazon to come and buy them out. Expecting Google or Amazon to basically just come and subcontract to them. That's what they need to do. Like, GW has the money to start being like, hey, look, if someone in the industry fucking does some really good shit, let's just fucking buy them out. Let's just fucking hire who does good tournament commentary. Let's just fucking hire War Games Live. Let's just fucking hire these guys. You know what I mean? It's not mentality, it's business. They want total control. What direction setting goes, they're more scared towards someone taking control and steering setting towards something they can't monetize. I mean, that's true. That's true. But I think, you know, it's total control. The more they try and grasp, the more slips through their fingers, right? Sometimes you have more control by being smarter about what you control. Hard power versus soft power, right? Hard power versus soft power. Games Workshop's obsessed with hard power, but they need to learn the art of soft power. There are a lot of much bigger companies than them, much more successful companies than them, which are very good at soft power. And that's what I think, that's what I would like GW to... I think I think what they've done with this right here is a really good example of that. Really good example. They haven't tried to like get one of the announcers from the reveals to try and like talk about this. They've gone, okay, we're not very good at streaming. Let's get some people in who do, and we'll just subcontract to them. That's it.
53. Oh, a slight edit. 53.
How dare I? 53. How dare I get the number wrong?
So the AdMech, so what's happening right now is the AdMech are trying to block the Eldar. It's that simple. The AdMech are trying to block the Eldar, and if the Eldar can clear this out, then they have to basically do a massive push on turn 5.
So 3 up saves, he says.
Turn 4, turn 5. It's top of battle round 4 right now.
First half.
So the Eldar basically have got... The Eldar have basically got to push turn 4, survive turn 5.
Another good hit there.
GW needs to allow earned marketing from their communities that are trying to control it themselves. The whole point of earned marketing is that the community does it for you. Exactly. Exactly.
Those flesh air blasters are incredible here. And of course they're moving 12 inches back to exactly where they started. Or he can decide to stage them up here in support of Karl. They can offer a very, very deadly Overwatch, which would necessitate Lycus having to use the Ignore Overwatch. He could also use this 12-inch move to tie off this screen, and so it'd be very hard for Lycus to get around if Liam still chooses to do it. But no, he decided this unit is too valuable.
Thinking about going back. Yeah, I think he's looking at the alternate plays there about...
No, he's going back. Yeah. So...
That unit of fucking Taraxi. Jump, shoot, jump, man. Jump, shoot, jump. Look, to me, it might be like, oh, don't you have jump, shoot, jump in K47? Yeah, it's a 2d6. Fixed movement, jump, shoot, jump.
Oh, wow. I mean,
Fixed movement, jump, shoot, jump is fucking bad. Random movement, jump, shoot, jump. Now that's good.
Here we go again. 9 attacks. Gets a command point. I believe he just tank shocked.
Wow.
He just tank shocked for 4. And consolidating on, look at this, 8 Dragoons. To
Wow.
dislodge in order to stop the 10-point primary and a burn. And a burn. Storm hostile.
Okay, well, it's the first time that I've seen this in a long time. We actually have a second half of game mattering in a final of 40k. This is big. This is very, very big. This is very, very interesting. This is very, very exciting. This is great.
As the response to what has to be an all-in play by Liam VSL.
Jump, Taraxi, jump is randomness at the end of the movement in backline. Okay. Then you know what? Fair play. That's good. That's good. It means you build into it. And I always say randomness that can be managed is good, because it means that the players have the agency to decide on whether they want to manage it or not. I say that with Old World, and I'm very fair with this kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, they both kind of have gone through most of their difficult ones.
He may get some attainable wins.
Overwhelming force would be fantastic here. We're gonna be having them updated
Right. It's the Eldar go turn, guys.
What else would be perfect?
Turn 4 go turn.
Yeah, overforce and bring it down.
And it basically comes down to Eldar push, clear out everything in the mid, and then can they take the punch back? It's that fucking simple.
Yeah, 58-42.
And if you look at this right, let me turn my face off 1 second. If all the stuff in the middle for the admech goes, it's just this stuff back here. And that is...
Make sure there are scorecards.
like, it's a lot.
The same as the ones that are players.
It's a lot.
He did just say he's on 42.
Yeah, 55, 42, I think is
Yeah,
what
that's
they have.
because he hasn't had the 5 for his primary.
But is it enough?
58-42.
Okay, if we presume all the Dragoons die, right? That is actually quite a lot of Eldar left over versus a reasonable amount of admech. How tough are those walkers? I'll find out for you, bud. I'm sure there's some like strats and stuff, but I can find out the base stats for you. They're not. I mean, I'm thinking Sentinel stats, probs.
But that means John is still 2 points ahead on the overall primary score. So the overall secondary score.
So Iron Strider, Belisari,
And then how does he deal
movement 10, T7, 3 up save, 7 wounds. So yeah, Scout Sentinel.
Miles at the table.
It is. They absolutely love it.
5 of invulnerable save. So they've got a 5. They've got a 3 up, 5 up, T7, 7 wounds. So you know they're tough. They're tough. I wonder if there's like Iron Strider,
Here we go.
Dragoons.
Turn 4. One
Exactly the same.
battle round to come after this one.
Yeah. So whatever walker they are.
World champion of
So it's like 8 Scout Sentinels.
26. Five.
Still 25, yep. We're close.
I find it offensive that they can take their Sentinel equivalent in 3-man squads, and I can only... So this is what a
Liam stated emphatically
little
when I asked him,
salt moment. Little salt moment.
I can kill my way through the Dragoons.
Why do Admech get to take double las cannon? So their las cannons that fire 2 shots and get twin link. So it's like quad las cannon, if you know what I mean.
So he has
And they get to take them in squads of 3.
Reapers left, which are very good right now. And he has
Sentinels
20 sweepers
should
left.
be able to be taken in squads of 3.
The grenade packs can pop off and do a bunch. He has a couple of melter guns.
Oh, points difference, by the way.
He has charges
They are 20 points more than a Scout Sentinel, 10 points more than a
charge with
Armor Sentinel.
Storm Guardians. I hope he knows there is a reactive move opportunity here.
For now. They get sustained hits as well. Yeah, who knows? Who knows what they'll be after the Worlds?
Move or not.
Yeah. All right. Here comes the Eldar. Here they come. It's exciting.
Coming over here to Richard's side of
I never thought I would see an exciting game of 40k involving Eldar.
Comes this the unit of 5 Swooping Hawks. The black colored is going to do some mortal wings from the grenade packs. As we stated, Brought out the Dark Reapers.
Okay, who do you think's going to take it, chat?
Hey, Astu, that's a good choice.
Shall we do, whilst he does the movement, shall we do a quick poll?
If Richard clutches a 10 here, can somehow continue and get, well, essentially, just needs to stop this. This cannot happen. He cannot have that burn and cannot be holding that objective at the end of this turn. It's game losing if he does. That's 10 points back to Richard and possibly pulls him ahead of anything that Liam can do in his turn 5. The Mortals. Yeah, looks like 2 Mortals.
Let's have a look. Based on what you guys have seen, Nat, so far, based on how big this turn 4 is going to be, who do you think is going to take it?
Yeah. I've got those stats up for you on 1 second.
Can the Eldar clear out all of these Iron Striders?
For our previous rounds.
That's what you have to ask yourself.
You know, we are talking about having to rush and be aggressive, but he can't do it, you know, without all this thought. There is another turn in the game to play. Richard is going to get to respond to anything that Liam does.
So our top 16 consisted of 4 Adeptus Mechanicus, 4 Eldari, 2 Adeptus Sororitas.
Anyone who votes for the pointy ears, please come downstairs to be played alive.
That was our top 16 guys.
I think if the Eldar do this, they win.
Liam,
I think if the Eldar don't do this, they lose.
everything here must go. He cannot leave any Dragoons alive. He cannot risk 4 mortal wounds here from the unit of 10 grenade pack, bringing this Dragoon down to, sorry, Balistari down to 1.
That's the start.
Storm Guardian's moving out. Is he gonna
I've got 5k on Siegler. He better win. But mounted. If you've got 5k on Siegler, you're a mad fucking motherfucker.
Comes Legas.
Flicker jump. Now, last time Liam flicker jumped, he rolled 4 1s on 6 dice.
That is
and lost
unfortunate.
dang half the unit.
Yep. Look, you got to treat every new instance.
Dodging an Overwatch here where he can.
It's fine. I don't see how some Guardians, Tubing Hawks are going to pick up 9 stealth Iron Striders. Are they stealth? If they're stealth, that's huge.
2-inch, mate. Yeah, 2-inch widget.
Just gives him a lot of leeway. Kind of
Yeah.
hard to.
Goes to 26.
I've got smoke.
Jane Zar coming in also. He wants to get Jane Zar into Belisari's call at all costs.
I don't think they're stealth, unless there's a doctrine imperative that lets them do that.
These Belisari cannot be there. But this is what Richard predicted and what Richard wanted. Let us see if it's actually what he wanted.
It is interesting where both players are doing their plan.
Yeah, both players are calling the
Yeah,
same.
it's the Dragoons which get stealth. These do not have stealth.
Which one of them is going to execute it?
Unless it's Skitarii Hunter cohort.
One actually
If it maybe, to be fair.
I've got a feeling this is going to go poorly for Liam, but I don't see any other choice or way forward for him.
No.
Yeah, they do have stealth.
Wide right now.
He very well clears. Let's theoretically say he clears all this. +2 move, so +2 advance.
They probably does this, yeah.
Got a unit of rangers back here that give that buff via battle line to these units of Skitarii. 10 infiltrators.
There's a lot of Eldar left. Look how much Eldar is left.
Come out and they shoot this dead. Charge and kill this. Charge and kill this. That is just. Is it irrecoverable? Is the question. It feels like it might be. Will it actually be? We'll see. Of course, the Rangers as well could definitely step out, get some firing solutions.
Decent damage on those guns.
It is, and of course, none of this is free kills. None of these Dragoons just die for free. The Fire Dragons aren't here anymore.
No guarantees.
Yeah, the Fire Dragons not being here is pretty big. I feel like the Eldar played it way too cagey. So I've been in this situation. I've been on both ends of the situation. Sometimes you just get into your head, oh, going second means I've got auto 15, and it's so not true. It's so not true.
2 wounds on the 1 wound Dragoon. It's fine. Melter gun, missed. And missed. Double miss. Already off to a poor start. Here's the other
Great with
flamer.
those flamers, though.
1 wounds. Here's the pistols. Nothing. 1 damage done in total to Richard Green in the middle.
Okay, yeah, it's over.
Everything is go up here.
I think, yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think the Eldar can do it. Admech players, enjoy your nerfs. I'm on 70%. I'm on my battle meter. My total war style battle meter is now 70% Admech.
Richard poised on the side of the table.
Is now 70% Admech.
His results, what's the outcome? Is he going to be able to break through this screen?
So the disaster here is that if he managed to kill this front Dragoon, doesn't make the charge with the Storm Guardians, and the burn goes off in addition to a 10-point primary, that would be an incredible level of disaster.
We're talking about right here.
Right here, yeah.
He is doing the mission special role, burning that objective on the center of the table.
Drives to wound here. 4 saves to come. 4 ups here.
Oh, that's bad.
Kills
Yes,
one.
this is down here. This is
Did not deadly demise.
this one dead, and this one's down to 5 remaining.
Okay. It's tense. It's tense. Lewis, my battle meter is 103% Admech with a margin of error of 3%.
5 up in vulnerable.
Oh, man.
Well,
Oh, that was bad, though.
dies, doesn't explode. Oh no, they're 1 damage. That was on call. Apologies.
Oh, it's so close.
That's strong.
It's so fucking tense. Ooh,
5 rerolling everything. Character unit.
oh, that's a good roll.
4 takes 2. Call down to 3.
Oh, it's a good roll.
Absolutely squished.
Ah, it's close. It's really fucking close. I need to. I'm turning the off-screen chat off for a second.
2 fails.
I'm gonna give you guys the chance to see the the dice that are being rolled.
Oh, look, Liam BSL, thick accent, Belgian native.
Ah, it's so close.
So,
Oh man.
call on 3. That Ballistari surviving would be huge.
He does have 3 CP. That's true.
3's rolling 1s here.
I'm gonna move my face up slightly,
2 saves. It's fine.
make it a little smaller, just so you guys can see the number of striders there.
4 shots, 4 hits. 3 wounds here. There's Dark Reapers.
Is he going after Taraxi? He's going after the Taraxi?
Into ranges? Yeah.
Into ranges? What is he doing? Leo, what are you doing?
Here to block that charge like we were
No,
talking about.
no, he does not.
Liam, what are you doing? Why did you shoot a random ranger? Maybe OC2.
With swooping hawk shots, I believe.
Maybe OC2.
This is the... Oh, nothing off the Exarch. Flipping 1 to a 6 with an aspect token. 1 hit. No wounds there, it looks like.
Swooping Hawk's firing and
Yeah. So that was the Exarch firing, guys. And he does these in batches of 10. Looks like just 1 wound. 2 wounds. 1 being a lethal. Here's the second round. Rolling wants to hit. It's a lethal there. 2 lethals rather. So 6 total saves. Dragoon hit the 3rd.
Woo! Woo! There's a lot. The Eldar's pour it on. Pour it on, lads! Pour it on! Put it in the center of the 40k logo. That's a good place, to be fair. I don't know if that's actually better, but yeah, there you go.
Sorry, we're a little enthralled here.
Yeah, I think we're all enthralled.
Turn. Moving so fast.
Oh, my.
Sorry, Richard.
all those saves.
He just passed. The Admech player just passed like 11 out of 12 4-up saves. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's it. GG. I think he just... When you pass 11 out of 12, 4-up saves, that's insane.
Robbed.
There's plenty of game left.
Yeah.
There's plenty of Dragoons left. If they all explode now, I win.
Yeah, the Eldar just... He doesn't have any anti-tank.
True. That's just mad.
He does not have any anti-tank. He clearly spec'd for Wesley St. Hines' guard.
Of calling.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes volume doesn't work. How many times have you put like 12 wounds on Custodes and they're on 2-up saves and they pass all of them?
No, there was no deadly demise.
Nope.
They
Unfortunate.
were just rolling to see if it happened when the Dragoon died.
So this is the Exarch.
I don't think the Eldar got this. I don't think they've got it.
So flipping one on the Exarch to a 6.
Admech winning off a going first is massive.
Failed.
We'll see.
Down to 1 left. Oh, the 4 pass. Oh, cover. Yeah, fair. 3 up in cover.
Yeah, it's the fact that the Admech get the benefit of cover and stealth.
Great roll there.
Okay, all right, maybe.
Lots of lethals. 5 saves. Chipping away here. Oh,
Okay.
4 fails.
Okay.
1 dead.
Reporting for duty,
1
sir.
taken on the next Ballistari.
Did not blow up.
Liam stating and doing what he said he was going to do. He said he could kill the Ballistari, and he's following up with that promise. He's having to activate his entire army, however, expose every asset.
I feel sick.
Shooting into Dragoon.
I feel sick I'm not even playing.
3 through.
No deadly
Flat
demise.
3 damage. So that is 8.
I always root for the underdog. Lichfire General, I always root for the underdog.
Still going.
And Admecha build as the best army in the game right now.
I don't think he's going to be able to clear the middle 3. But
Also,
neutralize that with the charge.
in all truth,
The OC on that objective.
Exactly what Richard
I
would have to do here.
don't want a game. I want a game to come down to the last turn. If the Eldar don't do this, then it's just over. Like GG. There's no point even worrying about the last turn, right? But for me, I want.
CP reroll.
Trying it again.
He made it.
6.
Oh, I thought it was going to be a turnabout as fair play with a 5-inch charge in the previous game by John Lennon being failed on a
Okay.
reroll. If he had failed that,
So
he
I
lost.
just want it to go to turn 5, so it's interesting. Yeah. So I just had to watch this.
It's a 5-point primary.
So this is huge. He almost failed it. That's why he kept. So you were wondering why he kept his command point the entire time. He had a 6-inch charge to make. He rolled a 5. He re-rolled it with a command point. He got the 6-inch charge. Now the reason this is so big is it denies the Admech 10 primary and denies them the ability to burn that objective. So that's like a 10-point swing. And now he's going to probably clear out all this. And so now I'm going to say that this is like, it's gone from 70% Admech favor to 60% Admech favor. It now, so at bottom of turn 4, the Eldar had to do this, and the Eldar have done it. Great, fantastic. Now it goes over to Admech, and now Admech turn 5, they have to do a big turn. So it literally comes down to 2 turns, two player turns, where it's do or die. And that's epic. The fact that it's got to turn 5 and there's two do or die moments is phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal. Yeah. Best final that I've seen. Best final that I've seen in a long time. Even better than the Wesley St. Hines one. I'm sorry, man.
Into the whole turn. Wild. Big attacks. Hitting on 3s because of -1 to hit. 2 lethals.
Anyway, I think we can put the chat back on now.
Yeah.
There you go.
Toughness 8, so 2 saves.
He could burn bottom of 5 for even more. He could do. But he has to. The thing is, he can't burn an objective he doesn't control, right? So so the Admech are going to go into turn 5.
Gonna flip one
without the ability to burn, right?
4 AP2 damage to on call.
Maybe? I feel like you have to...
CP can't even save. Yeah, doesn't matter.
His damage. Richard is seeing if he can reroll one. Cannot.
Call
Damage
goes
two.
down, cannot be saved.
Calls down. It's big. It's big. The Eldar have actually brought this game back.
Gonna be picking up the spare here on the
Eldar have actually brought this game back. It's actually fucking huge, boys. I can't. It's fucking huge.
10 attacks.
If Eldar win this, it will be... Whoever wins this will absolutely fucking deserve it. There's no jank. There's no bullshit. Whoever wins this, it's actually like... Both players can walk away from this head held high because it has been a real game of cat and mouse. And Karl going down is huge. Yeah.
Those objectives.
Exactly
Call
right.
going down is huge.
Massive, absolutely massive. It's currently 58-42 right now, 16-point lead. With engaged all fronts and area denial, most likely both. He's not going to get area denial, unfortunately. That's been denied to him via the Dragoons.
Sorry, Jane Zara.
Took 2 wins off there.
It's an actually exciting final. Yeah.
Cole was giving it the minus when he did.
40k is good from a competitive point of view. It's just... We need... Like, 40k is good from a competitive point of view.
What are we gonna do?
Which is crazy.
Minds on this table.
Every opportunity.
Now we just need... All GW needs to do is add units back in. And this game,
Know if he was making, he was gonna make more
it gets good.
Dragoons in the middle rather than the ones to
The problem is, right now... So just to sort of explain a little bit. The problem with 40k right now is that some factions pass the vibe check and some factions don't. So you guys know I've been wittering on and complaining about Imperial Guard, right? I don't think Guard really passed the vibe check at the moment. But then when I played Space Marines last weekend, oh my god, Space Marines felt like Space Marines. It was awesome. I actually, it sounds crazy, I enjoyed playing my firstborn Space Marines way more than I expected. I enjoyed playing my firstborn Space Marines almost more than I enjoyed playing like the last time I played Guard. But to be fair, I was on like a massive like Guard binge. I was just a little bit burned out, right? But
Oh, that's wild.
what GW needs to do is focus on getting the vibe check back on those factions which don't pass it. And I think they could do that. I think they can do that. So fingers crossed. I right now I'm salty on 40k, but I have hope for 40k.
Takes one. Takes one total. Can Richard somehow kick enough dead? I don't think he can. He would need to kick 7 dead to hold this objective. I don't believe he can.
That's right. This is the finals. The winner of this will be crowned the world champion of Warhammer 40,000.
4 saves here on the Storm Guardians.
All right. So
He can boost the AP2 here.
Cosmic Drew, I can kind of agree with you. I've been playing a lot of my Space Marines lately too. That's because I made 8,000 points of Flux of the month. Yeah, so Cosmic, right. This is something, so people always talk about 40k being led by the competitive scene. I don't actually think that's true. I think it's true to an extent, but it's not the ultimate primordial truth. I think war games are gameplay led. War gamers are gameplay led more than anything else. And I think, you know, that's why certain factions pass the vibe check on the table and some factions don't. Like, there's nothing that puts you off a faction more than, you know, having an, you know, it not playing right. Not that it being powerful, but it not playing right. So I think the fact that it comes down, what I think, you know, happens with Guard right now is they just don't, you know, they just don't play the way you want them to play.
Was that display an extent?
They don't,
I think so.
but then Space Marines play exactly the way they should play.
Double draw if the case.
Yeah.
4 units.
He's counting how many units he has on.
To be fair with you, it was 7th and 9th. Dice and Glory, well, that's it, right? I guess I shouldn't be surprised that the game can feeling a bit fucky towards the end of the edition. I guess I just wish that it wasn't so fucking predictable that the end of every edition of 40k was a fucking nightmare.
Richard Siegler. My God, those cards have been good to him.
He has to jump out and kill 1 unit, which is very attainable.
Yeah. And hold any middle.
So Admech just drew 2
I've got a
super
feeling
easy
he
secondaries.
might be too far ahead. His cards have just been so good.
Admech have literally not had a bad secondary all
He's
event.
stated, if Liam scores a 15 on turn 5.
Sure.
He needs to pull 9 points on secondaries on his turn 5. That's if Richard doesn't burn.
It is possible.
Richard is going to analyze the secondaries remaining to Liam VSL. Tempting target. Behind enemy lines. Bring it down.
Oh my god. Can I just say something here?
Overforce. Recover assets. Sabotage.
If this game has just been won because the AdMech player pulled the perfect random secondaries, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. And I am going to actually basically just go full fucking, like, full, I'm just going to say, I'm going to go full Salt Boy. I'm going Saltist. Not Autist, I'm going Saltist. If we've just had the perfect setup, if we've just had the perfect setup for an amazing final and it gets fucked because someone randomly drew the 2 best cards on a fucking app, I am going to fucking lose my mind.
He has a good chance to.
Because that would be the most anticlimactic. It would be the ultimate example of what's wrong with this fucking game. I've been trying. Oh, don't do this to me, GW. Don't do this to me, 40k. Don't do this to me. Please.
Great question here is what happens if they tie? They won't. They're very unlikely in this situation, but if they did, they would continue to play, it may say sudden death round where they're only scoring for primary points.
Correct. They play a 6th turn, guys. There cannot be a draw on this table.
So the announcer just said if it ends in a draw, which it looks like it might do, the players have to play turn 6.
Liam just gave away a bit of information there, and Richard thanked him for the warning.
Camaraderie and sportsmanship. Cannot herald it enough, say enough about it.
Yep. The Taraxi are already up in reserve, as declared.
Warforger, how is this different to card draws secondaries in previous editions? Because in previous editions, primary and secondary were separated. You had what was it called? Maelstrom of War.
8 points of secondaries. That would put him 2.
I don't mind, but you know, like Maelstrom, you have Maelstrom of War. That's the difference. Them being together. It would just be a shame. Do you know what I mean? It would just be a fucking shame that what was lined up to be an unbelievably close final just gets fucked over by secondaries. But because someone drew better secondaries than somebody else.
Hold 2 objectives at the end of the game and burn 1. Which is wild.
I love looking at through this lens of what does he have to do? How does he have to push it? Does he potentially push and give something away?
Richard is of the opinion a turn 6 benefits him, is what he's just declared. He's just declared a turn 6 only benefits me. If I kill the things in front of me, a turn 6 pretty much guarantees my victory.
Oh my god.
What he's playing for. Well, how bold. That's by the robot.
So now there's basically because of those secondaries being drawn, the AdMech player's like, well, I'm gonna wait for the game to go to turn 6.
Yeah. What happens if Liam draws 9? Richard loses the world champion.
And mark for death.
Well, so you'd have to be able to reach sabotage. If these units are dead, he cannot reach sabotage. That's not a problem. Mark for death. He can mark.
So we've just as we were about to have the ultimate showdown of Ultimate Destiny, now the players are like, well, we've got a plan for turn 6. It's like,
Mark things that can have feel no pains and minus.
I don't know whether I like that or not.
So Richard just shook his hand and said, no matter what happens here, we're having a great game. Let's have a great game.
I don't know what happens now. On the one hand, I love it because it's so wild. On the other hand, I'm like,
Look at them go.
on the other hand, I'm like,
Moving the terrain out of the way.
it feels a bit weird, you know?
Yeah, that was a lot of thinking. This is the start of the last round, potentially last round of the game.
I think overall,
Round of the World Championships of Warhammer 2025
just
table.
And showing just one of those hallmarks of great play, taking a moment, looking.
if it goes to like a shadow round 6 or something,
So
I don't know.
yeah, he's stating, I'm going to string back to my battle line unit.
It's not about the randomness of it.
A 7-inch charge with +2, ergo a 5.
It's tricky. It's tricky.
There we go. Look at the threat range. Feels like Elder.
Wow, they are fast. They are fast.
The judges have just announced the milestones of where they should be in the event, and these players are light years ahead. They're playing with speed and intensity.
Feathered and lethal. I mean, hey, who knows?
Deciding who's going to overwatch this.
Admet could fail a charge.
And he's just stating it's going to be the same charge. He
Admet.
wants to hide from the Swooping Hawks.
Admet could fail a charge. It's pretty close. It's okay. It's exciting. It's still exciting. It's still exciting.
The players have requested tonight to ask a little bit of explanation about the time and the round, the rest of the round, how this progresses.
Oh. Head judge Justin Curtis is explaining it to both players. Should it come down to sudden death?
Okay, the judge is explaining it. I can't hear what the judge is saying.
They've asked for this from the judge. The judge is explaining it.
That's fascinating.
Okay, so we don't know yet. We don't know yet.
Oh my god, this is a huge amount of nuance that's just been explained by Justin Curtis. If there is a tie at the end of this turn, all that will matter is they will play one more turn, one more battle round, and how many objectives each player holds at the end of their turn is tallied. Each player plays a turn, and if one number is bigger than the other, whoever had the bigger number is the winner of the game.
And it's just the primary.
And what Liam then asked is, what happens if I burn objectives? And he said, then there's one less objective for you to hold.
Oh, okay. Holy shit. Right. Guess what? The world champions. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. I am a psyker. I am a psyker. Oh my god. Look. My ego can't take this. I am right all the time. Guess what? Guess what's going to happen if it's a draw at the end of the turn? At the end of turn 5, guess what's going to happen? It goes to turn 6. All secondaries are forgotten, and it comes down to who holds the most objectives at the end of the round 6. So it comes down to old school, 3rd edition, who holds the most objectives at the end of the game. Old hammer, best hammer. Classic hammer, best hammer. I called it here. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. This is it. This is it. Amazing. Amazing. I really, really hope. And then it's scorched earth, baby. It's scorched earth. So if they burn objectives, there's one less objective to hold. There's one less objective to hold. Oh. Is that what the tournament pack said, or are they just making up as they go? I have no idea, Lich Final General. I have no idea. I don't read the tournament pack. The tournament pack reads me.
He's not even going to bother at this. He's not even worried. Not even doing anything about it.
Ah. Old hat. Oh, come on. I really hope it's a draw at the end of round 5. 11th edition, remastered edition. If 11th edition is remastered 3rd edition, I will buy stocks in GW. That's how much skin I'll put into the fucking game. They say vote with your wallet. That's how fucking you vote with your wallet. I will become so financially irresponsible that that it will reach hitherto unseen levels. If 11th edition becomes remastered 3rd edition, I will expand from being a one-man team to I'll buy an office. I'll get multiple staff members. I'll get a fucking HR department. I'll go full corpo. I will embrace the corpo gods. I will embrace the corpo gods. That's what happened. I will become a corpo just to show my vassal status to GW. That's what'll happen.
And theoretically, this one can see Lyca's unit as well, because they are on the tile, and it's got that lane. Okay, that is interesting. So he's going to get all 3 of those. He is going to be shooting Lyca's unit. That's good.
Not HR, no.
Of course, Lyca's, James R for short, has just got a linear path.
What's happening, fellas? Working hard or hardly working?
Going and taking the home objective.
Let's circle back around to that and touch base at a later time.
So Lyca's going down is something he definitely wants to attempt to do. But holy moly.
Cosmic, can I run the HR? And instead of people getting fired, they get filleted. You can have that, Cosmic. That's fine. Oh, my God. I would embrace learn, train, play. If they remaster 3rd edition, not only will I embrace Femstodes, I will build an entire female Space Marine army. I don't even like them, and I'll do it. To be fair, I don't even care about them, to be fair. But I'll do it. I'll do it. GW could retcon it, so they clone Yarrick back from the dead, and he comes back as a woman because of some vagary in the cloning process. Fine, I'll have Big Titty Yarrick. That's fine. That's fine. Like, I don't give a fuck, okay? Like, remastered 3rd edition in the style of Old World, like where they take all they use the benefit of hindsight and they make it the best edition yet. I'm there. I'm in it. I'm not even questioning it. It's fucking done. It's fucking done. I'm in. Okay.
Here we go. Blasters. Yeah, sorry.
We're basically. I mean, the thing is, it may not happen. The Admech may just win on turn 5, or the Eldar may win on turn 5. Right?
And then we will see the Dragoons go into.
You're gonna betray us for some rules? Simple logic. No, but I would betray. What's that scene in Superbad where it's like, you die for some girls? No, but I would die for pussy. No questions asked. You die for some rules? No, but I would die for remastered 3rd edition. No questions asked.
I see what his play is now, guys. So I was worried he was using too many resources here. If he makes the 7-inch charge here, and he makes the 5 here, he will use the Taraxi to kill these guys. Then he'll pile in the Rustalkers and get the 10-man Hawks. He's aiming super high. He wants everything in this region of the board, including these Hawks. And this. He wants to leave him with
I still think Admech win this, man. I still think Admech win this. Let's see what the let me just check what the polls say in 1 second. It's only for a second.
If everything goes perfectly here for Richard, he could cinch the game.
62% of people think Admech's going to win based on 125 votes. Okay.
Now we're going to roll the remainder of the shots.
There you go.
There's only so many you can pick up in one handful.
Wow, look at how you guys can't even see this. 1 minute. Look at how many dice is get rolled in 40k, man. It's so crazy. He's rolling like 50, 60 dice. It's crazy.
4 up saves here. Only 1.
Ooh!
Only 1. He has a spare now.
Ooh!
Here we are.
Ooh! People rolling high. Woo! Woo!
The Sky Stalkers, sorry.
People rolling high. It's high rollers. It's a high rolling table.
So he's not doing what I thought.
He is, I think, he's trying to establish that foothold to make it almost impossible to take.
Oh,
the
he's just hoping the natural charge move with the +2 of the Rustalkers gets them into the Hawks as well. With the pile-in. He's hoping he can just engineer it.
Just people. It's just someone made like 6 out of 6, like 4 up saves. I thought it was a big deal. This is the world champion. Rebecca Blake! This is the world champions! You don't need cap it. You don't need cap lock. It's okay. We can hear you. Bigger letters don't mean louder words. I'm only teasing. I'm just taking the piss. I'm teasing you.
If that changes anything. And Liam's offering up this information, and Richard's be very thankful for it. It's wonderful, wonderful sportsmanship.
I do feel like Liam is maybe being too sporting.
Got some call-outs in the chat saying that Spare Hawk is big.
The Spare Hawk is huge.
I do feel like Liam is maybe being too sporting. He keeps offering up quite a lot of information. Liam, it's the World Championship. It's okay to win because your opponent didn't remember something.
Is what he stated. Because
Ugh.
From the back of the squad, and then rolls high enough. He needs a 4 on the dice.
It was on the same dice, Free Docs. Yeah, but the dice in question are GW official Adeptus Mechanicus dice, so there's no dodginess going on here. And they've rolled shut, and they have rolled like shit an equal amount of times. They've rolled good, so it's fine.
Looks like we just saw the finale of Kill Team completed.
Oh, love that.
Cheers
I
echoing around the hall.
Cheers, we were right in the episode.
Learn, train, play here and see if they can take advantage of it. Yeah. Just go blow my nose 1 second.
Compatriots cheering their countrymen winning the Kill Team World Championships.
Someone just won the Kill Team Championship. I don't care, GW! This is more important!
His activation needs to be.
That's all good, Rebecca. I'm taking the piss.
Super tight game now.
It is. Think of the extra calculus.
Richard
What
is worried.
What they're debating is that he could roll over there and just kill an entire unit.
Yeah.
And there will be nothing left to reactive move.
Or if he rolls low, reactive move can ruin his entire makeup of his turn. Where's the risk? Where's the reward?
I'm excited.
What does he need to have happen? What are the terms and conditions that
I'm excited, chat. Chat, on a scale of 1 to 10, how are you excited right now? I'm a solid, like, 11. This is tight. This is very, very tight.
We're discussing ways.
Yeah, so this is big. This is huge, guys.
I hope they don't time anybody out. I hope they just let it roll. Let them roll, boys. Let them roll. Both players, I don't feel like either side's had more time than the other. It's the World Championship. Potential for an unbelievable epic finale. Like, let them roll. If it goes 4 or 5 hours, it doesn't matter. Let them roll.
Nah, man, it's staying where it is.
Here you go. Hitting on threes.
Here we go. Okay, he rolled pretty good there.
Oh, my God. The AdMech player just basically hit with everything.
Twin linked.
Salt bath. Salt bath. Get a salt bath out here. These AdMech dice are rolling pretty fucking high.
So
That was
all that
What?
thinking, and it all
I
turned out
like
all
it.
right.
Yeah, but that was great. Think of what just happened there.
Yeah,
They
good.
talked through. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
if this happens this way,
And that
you
was
might get this result you're not expecting,
Liam offering him all that information he didn't need to.
and an ability to potentially re-engineer part of that.
Yeah.
That order of operation.
So he rolled an 8, which is a 10 in effect.
Wow.
It's great
And
sportsmanship.
he's body blocking the objective. He hasn't done the move on the Taraxi after shooting. And obviously, yeah, he's just stated they were already at the back here, mate. Don't worry about it. And Liam's just let him do that because it's just a little bit faster, a little bit cleaner. Like I said, yeah, he's dunking 40 wounds onto this objective.
40 wounds Qatari on the top left objective.
Possibly be too much to chew. The infiltrators now effect a charge into the Storm Guardians. Liam's already stated you don't need to roll this. He rolls a 13.
Roll, you know.
And so he's going to be body blocking the bass of this objective also.
I don't know if we're going to get the mythical turn 6.
As Liam stated, I will just pick up those models, mate. No
I don't think we're going to... I don't know if we're going to get the mythical turn 6.
listen to the unit.
Liam, no! Don't... Oh, my God.
See what Liam draws.
I really feel like Liam...
World Championships of Warhammer about to be decided. They're shaking hands before they rip it. And here we go. Liam needs 9 points on secondaries ripped off the top here.
It's not over. It's not over.
68 to 44.
44.
In Richard's
9
favor.
points. 9 points
So
needs to come off the top.
the Eldar player needs to get 9 points on secondaries.
Rotate. Storm
Storm
hostile, 4
hostile
points.
objective.
Mark for death, 5 points.
He can do it.
That's going to be 9 points.
Oh dear.
That's good.
Totally do mark for death.
Oh, it's up!
Guys,
No, it was just a good game going into the Eldar turn 5 because it's such a close game. Both players like, whatever happens, good game. And they haven't finished, don't worry.
marked.
The Eldar player needed to get 9 points to be able to force a draw. He just got 9. He just got potential 9 points.
If he does it, if he does this, he wins the game. They're already calculating something is burning this objective. So one of these 2 units must stay here to burn the objective, so we can't use.
Oh, it's close.
It is probably Jane's Arc.
It's actually fucking close, boys. It's actually fucking close.
So
Oh my fucking god.
this is a draw right now, guys. 9 against the draw. So they're 1 point off in the delineations previously. Wow. They both agreed on the score at the end of every turn.
If the Eldar player gets what he needs to get, it gets a draw. We go to the mythical turn 6.
Richard wins. If this draws at the end of this turn, I think Richard just wins this game. He has played for this, and he needs to get marked for death. What was the other?
They're saying, like, if it goes to the draw, that the Admech wins. I don't fucking know, man. Bottom of 6 are only... Bottom of 6 it only matters what you hold.
Because one of them has to stay there to burn the objective, or he doesn't get the 15 and loses anyway. Oh my lord. Now they're going through what else he could flip into. Sabotage is there. Sabotage is there, guys.
He's thinking about flipping into another objective. Oh.
Sabotage and recover assets.
They're actually talking about what if he cycles one. Is there something he can do to win?
In my opinion, right now there are 4 units left for Liam VSL on this table. I'm just going to have a quick glance.
Oh, it's
If
close.
I've missed any, I do believe I have. There is some straggler units I'm going to show you guys.
It's close. So it's so close that the Eldar player is like, I think if I redraw and get an objective that I can score 5 points on, then I win by 1 point.
Have a single swooping hawk and unit of 10 swooping hawks. So he has unit density to do actions. Will he risk it? Because if he risks a cycle here and pulls a less score,
Does he?
loses the game by 1 no matter what.
So basically, the Eldar player has to decide if he risks recycling an objective. So it's coming down to random pulls on secondaries, which I don't know if I like it or not. Like, on the one hand, woo! On the other hand, I'm like, it's just whether you press a button on an app and it gives you what you want, which is a bit like, you know what I mean? What do you guys think? What do you think? Do you think the random secondaries are a good thing, or do you think it's a little bit like it just comes down to luck? Like pure yeah. He's doing it! This could be the most anticlimactic thing in the entire world.
Oh my lord.
They're about to mark Richard's deployment zone.
Correct. He's just flipped into a 10-point secondary. If he's
Oh my god. He redrew into behind enemy lines, which is a 5-point objective, and he's got loads of like little shit munching units that can like just jump around. And remember, this down here is the Admech deployment zone.
It's 68-59.
So he could literally just be like, boop.
That's with him scoring 15. And then the secondaries. 58-69.
Reporting for duty, sir.
So 2 units must be in his deployment zone. There is overwatches to negotiate. He could battle shock on his unit of single swooping hawk, for example. And he needs
This
to
is
use
like
premium
the
unit
closest
of
thing.
while burning
This is like the closest thing.
and taking one of those off him, because he still needs to be holding 2 at the end of
He
the
hasn't won.
Hold
He hasn't won.
forward. Here we go, guys. The bottom of turn 5
He might win,
is about to occur.
but I'm not sure we're going to get the mythical turn 6.
All right. Oh, strap in, everybody.
I'm not sure we're going to get to the mythical turn 6. I think the Eldar win by 1 point.
This is about to get crazy. Yep. Potential to win the game for Liam VSL right here, right now.
I think the Eldar win by 1 point.
And he also needs to kill one of these 3 units, while also leaving a unit on this objective to burn it. So So either Lycus or Janezar must stay there. Then he needs to kill one of these.
I feel like on the edge of my seat. No, they're not talking anything out. Both players are just talking about what could happen. But no, dice shall be rolled. Dice shall be rolled.
Looking at the deployment zone, figuring out exactly how he gets 2 units.
I'm not sure how he gets 2 units in there, brother. That's my first question is how does he get 2 units
While also burning the objective.
while leaving 1 on the objective? He must know a way that we don't. Behind enemy lines, is behind enemy lines wholly in or just in?
It's a good question.
I've got a feeling it's not wholly in.
If behind enemy lines is not wholly within,
It's wholly within.
Oh, it is wholly.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
it is wholly within.
Previous iteration, apologies. I'm getting hyped, guys. Hope you can feel it. We couldn't ask to be. We could not be spoiled more.
Yeah, it's a good final.
I just don't see how he gets 2 units in behind enemy lines while burning that bottom.
I think it might be over for the Eldar. The Eldar might win by 1 point,
Eldari do as Eldari do.
but
Be very fast.
they might lose because of...
Insane.
What did you just point out?
So basically, so let me explain what's happening. Basically, the Eldar player has got to kill 1 unit. The unit he's got to try and kill is this unit, or this unit,
And whilst doing so,
or this unit. He also... So he only has to kill 1 of those. Not all of them, 1 of them. He also needs to get 2 units into the enemy deployment zone.
come with grenade
If he gets 2 units into the enemy deployment zone,
Richard is obviously
and he kills 1 of those 3 units, he wins the game by 1 point. Just like that. If he
going into the run.
doesn't kill 1 of those 3 units, or do or get 2 units into the enemy deployments, into the advert deployment zone, he loses the game.
From that unit of 10 Rustalkers. 7.5 remaining. 15 wounds to deal.
I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he gets 2 units in the deployment zone,
Will find
frankly.
a way. It's gonna take all the time
Does he get the burn at the end?
iteration. Oh, I'm getting nervous. Getting nervous for him. Getting nervous for everybody.
Does he get to burn at the end? The Eldar player? Because he went second, right? He gets to burn at the end, doesn't he? Could be big.
This objective has to be held and then burned in order to generate the plus 15 points necessary for the plus 10 to win on secondaries to win him the game.
To 9.
Sorry?
Mark for death for 5.
Yep.
Behind enemy lines for 4.
Apologies.
Yeah.
Oh, so is he playing for a draw? Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, he's playing for the draw.
Yeah.
Oh, he's playing for a draw.
Guys.
Ah.
This-
Ah. I thought it was playing for the win. Ah.
Wild scenes
It's
on
behi-
Peachtree Street once again.
So he redrew.
Yeah, he's a 9. We'll get it to a
He redrew from a draw into a draw.
tie with Richard.
Yeah, wow.
Interesting. I'm just
So
going to
he
double
gets to
check that.
charge. So he can move 26 with Lycus. And where is he burning? What's he burning the objective with? Let's see.
And so the flicker jump, you got to roll it.
Yep.
It is a 4.
I mean,
Turn 6. Mythical turn 6, baby. Turn 6 is back on, boys. Turn 6 is back on. We're going 6 turns. End of game scoring. Here we go. Old hammer, best hammer. Let's fucking go.
So if he fails to kill any of the mark for death,
Let's
game over.
fucking go.
He's already, as long as he charges with Janezar, he can fling around the back of that
Yeah, it can return to a turn 6 because of the judge's ruling.
and lock that up for behind enemy lines. What's he getting on the bottom right for the burn is what I am so focused on.
Whilst they're doing some movement, quick super chat. Lewis, if you go full corpo, please hire me. I won't hire you, Lewis. The HR department will determine that. They'll do your interview.
There is an overwatch.
Anthony Williams, thank you so much, super chat. If Admech wins, they're going to sell so much Admech. Yeah.
Huge amount of damage.
If Admech wins, Stonks and Admech go up. Well, people give it like 2 weeks and then Stonks will go up because of the potential nerfs incoming.
If he overwatches
Yeah.
and wiped out 2/3 of this unit, I think mark for death all of a sudden doesn't become an option.
Yeah.
He
Welcome shitpost. Unrelated. I need help with the Space Marine X Astronaut Time Command Squad. Could you help after stream or something? Interesting. Of course, mate. I'll make a note. I'll make a note.
Until I tell you otherwise. I'm still waiting to see what's going to burn this bottom right objective. Yeah, there is nothing on that objective, guys. Contemplating an Overwatch.
He is overwatching.
He is doing it.
You cannot take those command points with you.
Verano! HR won't hire anyone that require 5 years experience in Horus Heresy 3rd edition. Okay, yeah, that's actually peak.
Yeah.
That's actually peak.
At the end of his move.
Still a lot of wounds to get through.
Yeah, spending it. Here come the autocannons. Nothing but sixes. Only one. Converts into 2 hits. 2's to wound, re-rolling. 2 saves. Nothing. Bounced it. He does regenerate his command point.
Okay, Overwatch did nothing.
Oh, still got 3.
Overwatch did
I
nothing.
mean, if he high rolled that, he could have ended the game. If he killed most of those warp spiders, he ends the game. So he goes for it.
Don't worry, I'll be HR. The only question you have to worry about is how do you feel about the octopus?
Feeling it at home.
I feel about octopuses like the deep feels about them.
Those green bars there denoting where he has to be to get into Richard's deployments.
Oh, shit!
Convention opportunities here.
Oh, I love it when people do this. I love it. So the commentators were going on and on and on about how does he burn this bottom objective? How does he burn? He's not burning the bottom objective. He's going for like the charge over here to take the enemy home objective away. And then can he burn that one? At the end of the turn, does he burn?
Things for Liam to consider. I hope he has not forgotten that he still needs to burn an objective this game.
He does.
Or it's all irrelevant. It's all moot.
I'm going to say something right now. Okay, and I'm going to declare this right now. If it gets to the end and
He has to declare the burn action in his movement phase. I'm waiting to hear it, guys.
I know exactly.
Dark Reapers left to move. I don't think they can make it over there.
Dark Reapers do a lot of things. Not the fastest in the army.
Lord, am I tense.
Burning is an action. I swear to God, if the AdMech player knows
Dark Reapers moving up.
that he hasn't done the burn, and he basically waits and goes, okay, well, you don't get 15 points because burn.
Oh, they're already talking about next turn.
If he does that,
Banking on getting it all done.
then I am actually going to lose my shit about Richard Siegler because Liam, and I don't like saying this, but Liam has been very, very good at being like very sportsmanship. And if Richard Siegler is basically sat there with his arms fucking crossed,
Right now at the end of his turn 5.
with his arms fucking crossed, going,
If nothing
oh,
else,
wow,
he's holding one objective.
you didn't burn, mate, so tough titties. I am going to be so angry.
BSL's holds one objective.
I'm going to be, because it's just so obvious, like, do you know what I mean?
And he
Ah.
I'm waiting to see where that play is coming from to snatch one of these from John. It has to be there. He's so much better at the game than me. It has to be there.
Or maybe you're just giving up.
1 token left on the unit of 10 swooping hawks. Starting shooting. No burn action declared. Okay. Here we go. So, one of these units must die. Must.
Well, that's it then, apparently. Apparently it's over.
Feel no pain stratagem with just shooting one unit of Dark Reapers first. That's what he's trying to do here. And John, sorry, Richard hasn't blinked. God, I'm so bad. I'm really sorry, guys. I keep calling Richard John. My bad.
We just basically...
one infiltrator from the middle removed so far.
God damn it.
But that one isn't marked for death. So
What is going on?
oh no, these are from the Taraxi in the top middle. One down. Has not used Feel No Pain yet. Holding his nerve amazingly.
Has he just like just fucked it? Has he just absolutely fucked it?
3 saves only. One more. Taraxi destroyed.
What's going on?
Turn. He has to basically completely eliminate everything here or here.
Yeah.
To use a unit that he didn't use to eliminate those other to Richard's units to then activate the burn.
I'm so confused. I really hope there's a big brain move here.
Here goes the Feel No Pain. He was waiting for Lycus.
Right.
3s to wound Twinling from Lycus. 6 AP2s ignore cover. 5
No, the home target. I don't know what the fucking home target is, frankly.
only kills one.
Wow.
Feel No Pain coming in clutch.
I fucking hate Feel No Pain.
4d6 here. Low roll. Low roll.
It's
by Liam.
over. GG.
Winning on 4s.
GG.
Going
GG.
once.
Night.
Another low roll. I think only 4.
Our soldiers free the field of battle, my ward. A shameful display.
Very low roll there.
I feel like Liam
Alright,
has just fucking.
time for the poll, guys. Is Liam going to get the draw?
I feel like Liam has just smooth brained his way into a fucking loss here.
They both have a model on 1 wound. He's chipping away at both.
He's splitting damage? I don't get it. He's splitting damage between 2 different units. He only has to kill one of them. What is going on? Right, why is he doing like a bit of damage here, a bit of damage here? Why aren't you just like fucking everything into one squad, bro?
Popping off. 9 more. 14 wounds so far. This is the big squad. This has to do it. Two more lethals in there. It's going well.
I have no idea what's...
Last volley. With the Axark to come.
Is he going for holding all the objectives at the end?
Alpha sustained.
I mean, we presume he's going for the draw, but he didn't declare the burn.
Extras.
He didn't declare the burn, so I'm so confused because like he had to declare the burn, right?
4 ups.
Looking for 4s or better.
He had to declare the burn in order to get the draw. He didn't get
What
the...
are you made of?
Oh, fuck
And the
off.
Feel No Pains. That was amazing as well. He lost 1.5.
That's actually... Oh,
Full unit.
right. These dice need checking.
Incredible.
I kid you not, right?
That's ridiculous.
I
He's got
kid-
5 left.
I kid you not, right? I'm going back a second.
Only 1 save here.
1 minute. I'm going back a second. We'll go back.
He lost 1.5.
No. Right, watch this.
4 ups.
Look at how many 4-up saves this motherfucker just made. Look at how many 4-up saves. Look at how many 4-up saves he just made.
Amazing Richard. Just
Right, get the salt bath out.
that roll.
Get the salt bath out. Come on.
Enduring.
He's done that like 3 times now. He's done that like 3 times now. Once.
Mike,
Twice. 3 times.
the 2 Dark Reapers at the back shooting in now.
I've only teased him, by the way.
Now finished with
The Omnis, I've only teased him, by the way. I want to make something clear. It's a dice game, guys. It is a dice game. 40, remember, 50-50 is never 50-50. It's 50% you pass them all one game, 50% you pass none of them the next game. Yeah.
3 remaining in this squad.
This is not when you want to see your opponent spiking saves and feel no pains.
Correct.
Fucking spiking for... All right, right, on a scale of 1 to 3, how much does it annoy you when someone just passes 4-ups followed by a feel no pain?
That's exemplary
right? Whether it's an invul or whatever, it's 4-ups followed by a 5 field of pain. It's just like, nothing will make me crash out harder in a game than that. Nothing will make me crash out harder. I will be on the floor of the Wendy's, fucking throwing my attendees all over the place. Like, that's what happens.
Of Rustalker on that objective. He has charges from Dark Reapers, Swooping Hawks, and a floating last Swooping Hawk to finish the things on that unit that are going to be hitting on 3s, wounding on 4s into a 4-up, 5-up potential. Another infiltrator down on the middle.
Why are the infiltrators in the middle, dude?
Charging.
Oh, did not activate a burn.
I swear Richard Siegler is going to cunt move this. I swear to God. I swear to God he's going to do it. He's going to get to the end of the turn and go, well, you didn't get 15 because you didn't burn. He's going to do it. He's going to do it, and it's going to be... I swear to God he's going to do it.
Liam is basing everything. And of course, if he kills this unit back, he will hold the objective and deny the primary. Right now, there's only 5 points on primary to Liam VSL. He needs to take one of these objectives. I don't want to call it just yet, but Richard Siegler may be the champion of the world.
I agree with you. I don't think he's going to get through all that.
I don't think he's going to do it. He might very well get marked for death.
We did not hear them doing a burn.
He hasn't activated a burn. He has not got a 10 on primary yet. Can we check the timing on the burning of objectives? Do you do it at the end of the turn, or when do you declare it?
Start your shooting phase from the second battle round on.
He hasn't got a unit on an objective.
But it's different when you go
You
second.
have to control it too, so you have to control the objective.
It's different when you go second.
And the absolute confluence of enormity that he had to take into account. He had to take like 99,000 million things into account for this turn in order to get the draw, and I think he's just missed one.
Nefram says, see if we can get the spot. Says he may be doing a burn with a single Dark Reaper.
A single Dark Reaper on which objective? Has to be on a mid-board, or... Lycus charging into the back line. This would be where he's planning to get his 10.
I am burn an objective in no man's land. Right.
That's very clever, but might die to the Taraxi Heroic Intervene.
He might do it. He might do it. It might happen.
This needs to be holding it at the end of the turn in order to get the burn through. The Taraxi might have something to
He's got to burn. He's got to burn.
and that's if he kills the mark for death targets.
It's back on. It's happening. The big brain, the pulsating mega mind of Liam VSL. You dare challenge Belgie mind.
For the Dragoons, he's betting on killing these infiltrators.
Oh my God.
He wants to
Right.
go home with his
Here we go. Here we go. I take everything back. Siegler, I'm so sorry. Please lambast me. Please lambast me. It's okay. It was all declared. You know what? Fuck you, GW commentators. You led me astray. GW commentators led me astray.
Only killed 2 with Jane's R.
That's not good.
All hits, 3s to wound.
Oh, these saves are spiking so hard.
Here.
The saves are spiking so hard right now.
Rangers now.
It's actually...
A fall apart. So 6 dead total. He's got 4 left.
I think it's just over. I think the Rangers just spiked on fucking saves. Again. Get out of the salt bath. Get out of the salt bath. Those advent dice. Come on.
Incredible. There's not 2 CP available to Richard, so there's no way for you to interrupt with the Taraxi and save the infiltrators.
Stop spiking your saves, Richard. Just roll like a normal man.
So 2 left in the character now. Richard has high rolled these.
He really
so
has.
hard.
He's high rolled every save the entire game.
Now removing to try and pull Lycus out of combat. ranges left and his marshal.
Is it enough? Is it enough?
Lycus hasn't piled in an attack yet.
Oh, Lycus hasn't piled an attack. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's a little bit wet. It's still good. It's still good. It's a little bit damp. It's still good. It's still good. It's all good.
Trying to control the plans and control
It's such a close game. I know it feels like I'm rooting for Liam because he's from Europe. It's that simple. Like, yeah. Absolutely cultural bias, no doubt. But also, it would be kind of sick as fuck if the AdMech took it.
Good hits. Only one save. Saved it.
I don't want Eldar to win. I want America to lose.
Two lethals. Only two
The sub count just goes straight down. I'm only teasing.
The robot
I'm rooting for the underdog.
might be taking a hand here. Richard's dice are hot. I can't say his dice are hot because the dice that Liam sells rolling to hit and wound with.
Oh, they're both using the same dice. They're both using the same dice. Liam is using Richard's dice.
Almost didn't.
I think he's done it. USA! USA! Let's see what happens. God, the Eldar. Fuck the pointy-eared cunts, but if they get this, it'll be unreal.
No pain here. The infiltrators survive. No mark for death will be scored. Unless we missed it and John flipped Master Death onto the Rangers.
That could be true. That would make a lot of sense if he did.
This is one of the moments of all time. It is.
Yeah, I think that I'm going to say something. I think Richard Siegler and Liam VSL have played really, really well. I think the GW commentators have severely misled me at a number of key points.
Not even a win.
A number of key points.
Apologies. There is a unit of 3 infiltrators that have activated Feel No Pain that need to be removed to score Mark for Death.
There you go. Did
He
not
didn't
get the
get
mark
marked
for
for
death.
death.
Where things weren't coming together.
GG.
That is going to.
GG. It's over.
They did shake, but I think they're still.
I think there may be a couple of rolls left in it. I think Liam has thought the game is over.
Wait.
No, I think it's over.
It's over.
I think that's it. I think he failed to get Mark for Death there, guys.
Yeah, he is not. Yeah, he's not getting that. I think they're confirming that, double confirming that at the table.
All right.
So yeah, he didn't burn.
1 minute. I'm getting something ready.
68-60 is the final of the World Championships.
There you go.
We're going to go to a whole shot.
Wow.
Whole shot. The adoring public cheering on their champion, the world champion crowned. I freaking called it. Before we started rolling, AdMech told
America! Fuck yeah! Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah! America! Fuck yeah! Freedom is the only way, yeah! Belgium, your day is through. Cause now you have to answer to Siegler! Fuck yeah! Select my butt and suck on my ball, Siegler! Fuck yeah! What you gonna do when the AdMech come for you? That we all shared. It's the toaster of tomorrow. Siegler, fuck yeah. John Lennon, fuck yeah. Other guys, fuck yeah. Jack Hobster, fuck yeah. AdMech, fuck yeah. USA, USA, USA. Fuck Belgium. It's thanks to Belgium that the British Empire went to shit. We came in, we sacrificed everything for fucking Belgium. Fuck you, Belgium. I'm glad you're gone. All right. Nick Navani. Fuck yeah. call. Taraxi. There you go. All right. All right, there you go. Well done to... Oh, shit. Whoops. Well done to both players. Well, let's go back to it. Well, there'll be a post-game interview and everything. I have to, like, fucking hell. I have to, like, redo my setup because I adjusted it so much for that game. All right. Back to there. Back to there. There we go. All right. All right. Oh. Well done. Very, 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 very well done to Richard Siegler. I know I was giving him a lot of shit in that game, but it was because to be fair, I was teasing him a little bit. I did say I had great admiration for him at the beginning of the stream. And also, I actually want to blame the GW commentators for misleading me because actually both players played incredibly sporting. There was a lot of information that was being shared between both players. No one did any cunt moves in any way, shape or form. Everything was gravy, baby. And I think that was probably one of the best finals that we've ever seen. And it was a final involving Eldar that was actually fun, which is amazing. So big well done to Liam VSL. Big well done to Richard Siegler. I think both players did very, very well. I think it was a very nail-biting situation. Kind of surprised. I would say I was kind of surprised that again, it came down to Mark for death. It came down to Mark for death. I mean, fucking hell. Yeah. And you know what? A big shout out to Richard Siegler because he did win after going first. In my opinion, look, and I'm not a top tier player, but it felt like the Eldar were a little timid. And maybe that's because they are very fragile. Maybe there's a little element of that. But I did feel like the Eldar, there was a couple of times where I was like, and he's not doing anything else. Do you know what I mean? There were a couple of times where I thought that the Eldar should go for it, but it's so risky because, you know, if you go for it and then the Adamant just come out and butt fuck you, what are you going to do? You know, you just lose it earlier. So I get it. Yeah, I 100% get it. But I'd say the big thing that Richard Siegler did was he was proactive. Pretty much the entire game, Liam VSL was being reactive. He had to react to what the Admech were doing. And I think this is such a good example of why seizing the initiative is so important. Seizing the initiative is so important. Like, if you go first and then you just fucking like half-ass it and your opponent just gets the 15 at the bottom of the turn, then you're fucked. Yeah, you're fucked. Even if if you go first, you have to basically go, right, I now need to control the game. I need to control the game. And he did. He did. So, big shout out to Richard Siegler. He did exactly what needs to be done when you go first, which is not just, half-ass your way into letting your opponent getting 15 points, but suddenly you dictate the flow of the game. And that is very, 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 very important. There's something else I was going to say around that as well. Yeah, okay. I'll tell you what surprised me as well. Again, Liam is an extremely good player. I'm sure we'll get some final thoughts from him, unless interviews are only for winners, in which case, lol. But there were probably 2 or 3 times when I thought Liam gave up the opportunity for secondary points. Think about this for a moment. Now, obviously, this is a very, 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 benefit of hindsight thing to say. But do you remember in, was it turn 2 when Liam could have got 5 extra points? He could have gone for cleanse and storm hostile objective, and he didn't go for it. He didn't go. He went for small cleanse, missing out on 2 points, and he didn't go for Storm Hostile, missing out on 5 points. Now, if he had gone for that Storm Hostile turn 2, he would have got 5 extra points, and he would have won that tournament. Now, I'm gonna say, oh, here we are.
You didn't come out on the top of that.
We're gonna turn it up. Let these guys talk.
Can you describe your thoughts about that game?
It was an amazing game, super cool, and I'm super happy with the result. Like it was super close, like until the last turn, like the 2 last cards. That's what it come down through. So that was cool.
It really was. And so playing the game and they're seeing a path to what was a potential draw to get you into the next round. When were y'all starting to think about the draw?
But we talked about if I draw 9 points on his turn 5, we talked that basically he's 9 points out because he cannot prevent the burn. So if he gets, if I get 9 points of secondary, it's a tide.
Yep.
So then we knew that basically we'll get to play an additional turn.
I could turn it up a little more, but the alerts are going to blow you guys' socks off.
I would not
there you
have
go.
really come up with an additional
Their
turn.
stream is quite low.
And we are so light on stuff.
Look, it's
I
maxed out on their stream.
He killed me, right? So
yep.
I decided that it was better to redraw the card. And then redraw a card into the only one that was the hardest one left. So I didn't manage to do it, but it's okay.
Well, it was great to watch David all put it together. And you're working collaboratively, really, to always understand the game state, which is, this high level of the game, seeing that level of sportsmanship was amazing. And I know it came through to the chat as well. It was an amazing series of games and an amazing event. And then to have it culminate like this, it's got to feel good, though.
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool.
Seeing there at the end when you were trying to put it all together and then you just started making those saves, when did you finally feel like it was out of reach?
I mean, when I draw the secondary card, I knew it was basically bad because I was into the case. It was a better case if everything comes. If I managed to do what I want, it's okay. But it's super hard.
Yeah.
And I knew that it was so when I redraw the card into something that make my game plan harder.
GW not doing hot on the volume front as late. Yeah.
With the Adeptus Mechanicus lineup,
I mean, I can show you guys how high I've got their volume on my back end.
How did it impact?
You can see down here, it's very, very high, and they're just not even getting. They're not really getting to it.
The matchup is kind of drawish, I think, after because we both kill each other really well. Like I have more damage, but I'm way less resilient than he is. So like, I knew it was going to be an uphill battle, basically.
When we took that break and then came back, it seems like you basically just were going to beam towards Karl. You were both actually thinking about he's going to try to go for Karl, and you're like, I want to go for Karl. And you end up actually doing it. Was that how important was that to setting up the back half of the game?
To go kill Ko?
Yeah.
But I mean, he basically had like 500 points on his back objective, and I needed to kill everything else to try to remove his asset on the board and try to get a burn on the last one.
Yeah, well, Liam, it was a pleasure watching you play. It's an amazing run going all the way to the finals with Eldar. We know you went through an absolute gauntlet of amazing players and seeing just an absolute master general on the table. It was a pleasure watching you play. Safe travels back. Congratulations on the performance you did this far.
Well done.
And again, cannot say enough, and I think the chat enjoyed it as well. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and talk to Richard, and then Adam will come in, and I will come back and close out. We'll be back in just a couple of seconds, everybody.
Okay, there we go. There is Jack Harpster walking around, feeling very sad that he didn't get to the finals. Big rip. Probably just happy for his teammate. I'm taking the piss. It's like, oh, can I be in the finals next time? No, Jack. You've got to earn it. So how long do we talk about Old or K47? I think today is a bit of a 40k stream, to be fair. I think it's guys, it's okay for us to still talk about 40k now. That was a great final. My thoughts, hey look, 40k still got something going on. 40k, it's still got something. There's a bit of life in the old dog just yet. Trenchard, it was a joke. I know, I'm teasing. I know, because you guys, I talk about K47. We're a K47 channel now, aren't we, Trenchard? There we go. What's the prize money? I don't know. Trench rat tomorrow's no. Yeah, tomorrow's the K47 day. Tomorrow's K47 day. Can we just do 11th already? Yeah, true. True that.
Richard,
all right, here we go.
Congratulations on your win there, and what a win it was. You're playing against what was an
He
incredibly
cannot
brilliant
stop
opponent.
smiling.
Yeah,
He
he
is
went
fully
5
erect right now.
Five. He was a dominant force, and he's the best player in Europe as far as everybody's concerned.
Well, we got to see some of the
Yeah,
examples of that.
but we're not in
It was
Europe, are we?
spectacular. And playing
USA!
you couldn't relax at
Best
all.
player in Europe,
Still having a great time.
but not
Smiling
best player
at the table.
in America, which
Tell
is
us about
basically the
your choice
world,
for
as
against
proven
Canada's
by the
coming into
fact
this.
So
that America
Texas
won the
Canvas,
Worlds.
as everybody
There you
knows, is my
go.
favorite army. I've played it for many, many years, and obviously they got major buffs in September. Finally, they are an army that can do a good amount of damage. They've got the screens and the layers, so I was always going to play them, even if they didn't get the buffs. I played them last year. I made top 8, but was unfortunately knocked out by John last year in the quarterfinals. So this time, Admech at the top of the game, I was ready.
Yeah, the moment that Admech got buffed. The moment that Admech got buffed, this guy was just like,
I had to go through a lot. I had
sleeper
really
agent
good American
activated.
players in my pod. I
Like, it's like a Magos downloading all the information to his brain.
And also Sam Pope, who is one of the best Tyranid, if not the best Tyranid player in the world. So I had a tough run in my group, one of the hardest groups, and then I was able to beat Sam in the shadow rounds. And then in the top cut, I played nothing but killers.
I was going to actually ask you which
Oh, it's top cut, so it makes sense.
It is extremely high.
It seemed like it champions of champions. And then coming here with the deficit mechanics, obviously, you mentioned your favorite armies. You're very familiar with them.
Yep. Speaking of which, Saturday, the Archmagos book, the third call book, was on pre-order. That was my lunch. I was making sure I got that pre-order. That's how much I love this army.
I love it. I love it. Chad was also rooting you on as well.
Heck yeah.
Was there anything specific you brought in your list that you felt was going to give you a couple of advantages going
Taraxi.
into what is this
Yeah, a
potentially
lot of
unknown
stuff.
meta field?
Yeah, absolutely. So, huge thing is I expected Admech to be quite prevalent because it got serious buffs. I expected Sisters to be prevalent and Eldari. So I wanted a list that was good into all 3 of those. If I happen to play other armies, it is what it is. But the main tech that I brought in was the autocannon Iron Striders.
Interesting.
They are a devastating damage into any 3-wound bodies, but also they just have the volume, much more volume than the las cannons. So I have a unit I can buff and keep alive and trade out the las cannons if I don't need them. And then the other tech that was really helpful was 30 infiltrators. Normally I've been doing
Interesting.
10-5-5. Here I built and painted some extra ones leading into the event.
30
because they have all the
infiltrators.
pistol shots, they have all the
Do we
combat
think that
attacks, they're
maybe
really good at all
Admech
these
don't
TTP
need
armies.
those points
They just
buffs
rip them apart,
anymore?
And then defensively,
I think
have
Admech,
25 Skystalkers to move
I think
on,
you're going to
and
get
then
a
I have
200 point
30
nerf.
infiltrators, and you charge
10%
into
nerf to
protect
Admech,
your
I
army
reckon.
with -1 to hit in melee, stealth, 5 of Pheno Pain that forces battle shocks on you. There's so many swing moments where you could heroic, force a battle shock, take an objective back. So I had a lot of traps set up.
So you felt good going into
felt
the
like-
Eldari matchup and maybe in the Imperial, the Astral
Cosmic,
matchup
fuck's
out there
sake.
I
with
felt like,
Guard.
yeah, with Halo Screed, you have to play a really aggressive, in-your-face type of style. I'm a defensive player, so I went with Skadari Hunter Cohort, which is what I'm more familiar with, and fits my play style. And then I had these tools that allowed me to play the defensive play style as best as possible.
So speaking about this game specifically, talking to Adam a little bit before the game, you mentioned like you may set up an all-in turn, either 3 or 4. Looks like that manifested itself on 3.
Yeah.
How did you come to that conclusion? And did Liam's a little bit of a stumble with his objective flips in the beginning help influence that?
So I already knew going into this game, we're playing on Crucible Battle. The objectives are going to be out in the open.
Yeah.
So I have Fire and Fade.
It's
he has Fire and
crazy
Fade.
seeing
I'm
how
better at
open
killing
the
him than
objectives
he's
are in
at
this
is at
game.
me. Usually it has to require multiple
As in
units to try and
in
kill one of mine, whereas I
GW
can just
terrain.
use the
Not in
Skystalkers
40k
to
in
rip up
general.
his Rangers or whatever. So I knew I was going to be able to give him 5s. If he has bottom, he's going to have a little bit of advantage with a potential 10 there and a 5 burn. So I have to make sure I get at least 110, which
Yeah.
I did early
Which
on.
you did, yeah.
He wasn't willing to trade too many units in that first turn, so I got my 10.
He should have got
and
rid of
then
that
if I got a
10,
burn
man.
Off, I felt like 100% I was going to win. He ended up denying the burn. If he failed that 6-inch charge, which with the reroll, he almost failed it, I win on the spot as I burn that objective, and he just can't get enough points in the final turn. So I had that set up, and ultimately
I won't talk just
I
yet.
felt like at going into the end of the game, I had that natural advantage, and I just had to complicate the board state, make it. He has a lot of decisions, a lot of secondaries all over the place. He has to make many, many perfect plays, and it just fell short for him.
If anything falls short, then it all comes.
It's what we were saying before.
Like maybe you pump the
If
brakes a
two
slight
armies
bit
can
there
be
at the end,
equally
you start to
good
consider
in terms of like
draw.
power level, but if one
What goes
army
on your
is
mind?
simpler to pilot than the other army, that
It
army's
was,
better.
Do I go for the amount of points that I can guarantee and
Soft
kill
factors.
exactly what I need to guarantee I'm going to be basically 9 points
Basically,
ahead
we've
if
talked
it
about
gets
this
to
before.
15. If it gets to
People,
15, I'm 9
often
points,
war games will
2
just look at
points
the
ahead,
hard
8 or
factors
9
of an
points
army
ahead.
and not look at the
And
soft
so
factors, and
he
soft
needs to
factors are
score, I
actually
believe,
often
10
more
secondaries
important.
to win, 9 to draw. So in that case, it's better for me to conserve some amount of resources, because if it's the draw, I need to control as many objectives and kill as many of his models to basically end the game on the top of my extra 6th battle round. So I prioritize that because it was safe.
I'm ashamed it's a shame we didn't get to turn 6. I'd have loved it if they'd gone to turn 6.
You know, Phoenix Lord's alive, and they rip up whatever I sent over there, and then I lose the game. So I went for the let's see how many secondaries he can draw. Let's see if he can do a burn. Let's see if he can get a 10. Let's see how many things he can do.
Put it back in
And
his court to do something.
I put it back in his court instead of taking
Forcing
all the
him
risk
to
myself.
react.
Got it. Well, look,
And I could have lost. He could have drawn Sabo and something else, and I would have lost. But I was willing, based on the cards, to go for that.
a very calculated risk, and it played out, and he
Yep.
still had to complete those things.
He still had to
and-
complete them.
And it was a fabulous game to watch.
Yeah.
Always cool to watch you play. I want to say again, congratulations on the win.
Thanks so much,
Yeah,
Paul.
get some well-deserved rest. We're going to take a quick break, come back here with Adam, myself, and close out.
Hope everybody enjoyed the game.
Oh, yes, they absolutely.
Okay, that's done.
Thanks for coming on and letting us see.
cool.
It was awesome. You know, and now you're
Well
world
done.
champion
Can we
of
get
the
an
world.
07
I'm
down in
for
the
the
chat?
USA again.
Can we get an 07 down in the chat for Richard Siegler? I think he absolutely smashed it. And I know we busted his balls a lot in that game, but he wasn't the underdog. And so, you know, it's always good to bust the balls of the top dog. So there we go. Rematch Street 40K. So it's like Street Countdown. So, but seriously, very, very well played to Richard. And I know we busted his balls a lot, like Salt Bath and all that kind of stuff. But that was all in the good, you know, all banter, as it were. Just a bit of banter. But if I may, gentlemen, for a small moment, there's 2 things I want to say off the back of this game. Okay. There's 2 things I want to mention at the back of this game, and I think it's worth the post-game analysis, as it were. I did, if I may wank myself off, I did say you can go back and check the receipts on this. You can go back and check the receipts. I did say I thought the Elder player was playing at 2 kg. And I did say that when the Elder player... Do you remember turn 2 when I was like, oh my god, the Elder player can get like 10 points here? And he got like 2? And I was like, why the fuck is he giving up those 10 points? It's so worth it to go out there, storm hostile objective, get the extra cleanse. It's so worth it. Because the Elder player's got loads and loads of little small units, right? And it came down to the ship muncher meta. I personally believe that Richard Siegler used his ship munchers better. He used his button pressers better. He used his action monkeys better. He used his little guys better than the Eldar player did. It's that simple. And you know, I think if you go back, I think it's if the Eldar player, and I remember saying this at the sort of around turn 1, turn 2. I remember saying. If the Eldar player, I was like, oh, he's not gone for those like 15 points he could get. I think that was a big mistake. One lesson that I learned I'd say about 2 years ago when 10th edition first started kicking off. One thing, I remember losing a few games because I was like, oh, I don't want to lose this unit because I don't want to lose this unit. Remember, what are my words of wisdom, guys? What have I said? You can lose 95% of your army and still win the game. You get no points for having units left over at the end of the game. This is not Old World. You have no points left. You get no points for having units left over at the game. If you can spend a unit to earn points, you should spend that unit. And frankly, personally, I think the Eldar player should have on that turn 1 when there was that storm hostile and cleanse. Frankly, I think he should have spent 2 units. That simple. Yeah, maybe even 3. If it had been me, as crazy as it sounds, if it been, look, you can say I'm wrong. You can say I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But at the end of the day, what happened to those fire dragons anyway, right? If it had been me, I would have. I mean, you only if it had been me, you only need. He literally only needed. He didn't need to get the max cleanse. He just needed to get Storm Hostile. Now, I'm pretty certain with the ability to turn Overwatch off, there were like 3 infiltrators on one objective. Infiltrators are like OC1, I believe. I'm pretty certain he could have taken like 5 Dire Avengers, 5 Ship Munchers from somewhere and done the classic Eldar like super yeet and just fucking yeeted them out there. Storm Hostile objective got 5 points. When he didn't do that, I was very, 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 very surprised. And you know, like I said, I even said that at the time. I'm having a look at the AdMech units just to make sure I'm not chatting shit, boys. We're on Sakan Infiltrators, right? Yeah, they're only OC1. They're only OC1. So yeah, that's
Reporting for duty,
so yeah,
sir.
that's look. It's that I think in a funny sort of way, you know, with the benefit of hindsight, that game actually was over turn 1 in a weird sort of way, because early on, the Eldar player decided that he wasn't willing to sacrifice units for points, and that cost him. Now, obviously, it wasn't over turn 1 because a lot happened in between, and a lot of things could have changed. You know, Richard spiked his dice at the right moments. His dice were cool at moments it didn't matter. His dice were hot at moments it did matter. And overall, that's the perfect right. That's it. You know, then luck is a thing. Some of the best players in the world are just a little lucky. So you can be the most skillful player in the world, but in your, you know, when God was doing your character creation, and he decided that, you know, he wasn't going to put any extra points into your luck stat, or maybe he was going to take your luck stat down to like minuses and put the luck into somewhere, put those points somewhere else in your like Fallout style character creation. You're fucked. It doesn't matter. You know, honestly, some of the best players in the world have got luck stat 10. It's that simple. It's that simple. And so I think this basically came down to the Eldar spiked, not the Eldar, the Admet spiked. You know, the Omnissiah looked down upon those dice. The Omnissiah looked down upon Richard Siegler. You know, he's the Skitarii Marshal, and the Omnissiah was like sending the new sphere, was downloading what needed to happen into his brain and into the dice. I think that happened on one side, and on the other side, the Eldar player, you know, Liam VSL, who's very good. You know, I've said it. Fuck off, Derek M. I've said his name loads of times. You know, Liam VSL. The Eldar player. I think he made a critical mistake of he chose to preserve units over points, and at the end of the day, if you've got to embrace that guard. You've got to embrace that guard mentality. You got to embrace that guard mentality. You know, some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Or, to actually quote, do a guard quote, an Imperial Guardsman's life is to die. It is our job to send them where they can die. I'm never afraid to spend the lives of my men, but I never waste them. And I think Richard Siegler was in a position where basically I think another big difference is I felt like the Eldar spent the entire game in their deployment zone. Who else thinks like the Eldar spent the entire game in their deployment zone? Like, it definitely felt like the AdMech were just always... There was always something AdMechy in the mid-board, and that wasn't the case for the Eldar. And I think that comes down to the factions. I think at the end of the day, the AdMech probably just had more stuff, and so they could afford to throw more stuff away. Yeah. You know. I'm not saying that Liam saying mistake. You know, Liam made mistakes is maybe the wrong way of putting it. You know, obviously it comes down to faction. You know, it comes down to each faction. But you know, the Eldar fundamentally did not have as much to throw away, and there's a big part of that. You know, when the Eldar moved out with a unit, it was a good unit. When the AdMech moved out with a unit, often it was a shit muncher. I'm going to say this right now. We're not in a horde meta. We are in a shit muncher meta. And I suspected this. I suspected this a little while ago, and I think this has now confirmed it for me. My confirmation is we are in a shit muncher meta. At the end of the day, whichever faction has the most efficient shit munchers is best. And I think AdMech right now have got very efficient shit munchers. They can send out a 100-point unit every single turn to get something done. And other factions, they might only have 1 or 2 of those 100-point shit muncher units. And when they're gone, they have to start spending 200, 300, 400-point units to do actions, to try and clear things away. And yeah, you can bait. Yeah. It's like, back in like ancient battles, ancient times, it's like when, armies would have like the big bricks of like elite, like think about the Roman army. The Roman army had like big bricks of like elite infantry, but they always had their skirmishers. They always had their peltas, didn't they? And the job of the peltas was to like go forward and be the first thing. And then they would, it would often ancient battles would open up with basically like skirmishers fighting each other until both sides could actually bring the big boys into battle. And, if you think about comparing this to, some other battles, like, for example, this is not a great example, but if you think a little bit of like, like the Mongols' feigned retreat tactic, right? The Mongols would have their light cavalry go in there and, shoot the enemy and then run away. And the problem that a lot of armies had when they faced the Mongols is that the Mongols would come in, shoot their arrows, and then when they ran away, the only thing that the other armies had to pursue them with was their good units, because they just had like really like heavily armored bricks of infantry, right? And we're massively simplifying things, but you get the point. And then when those good units became exposed, they got torn apart by the Mongols, right? So it's not even about there's the feigned retreat, but it's also like the element of there's more layers to it. And I think in 40k, basically, the big problem, the big lesson learned here is if you might look at a 400-point unit. Let's say you take like some like 10-man Megadeth squadron, load it up with characters and stuff. You might take some big Megadeth unit and you're like, nothing can stand in the way of this. And you're absolutely right. But what happens when the only thing your opponent feeds you is a fucking 100-point shit muncher blob? And then behind, in reserve, not like strategic reserve, but like, elsewhere on the battlefield, like staged up somewhere, they've got their own like 300-point mega blob. Well, suddenly you don't have your own 100-pointer to go out there. So you have to send out your big 300-point Billy Big Bollocks unit, waste it on killing some shit munchers, and then now your Billy Big Bollocks unit is out and exposed, and the enemy gets to bring their elites in and counterpunch you. It's like tank duels. It's who hits first. Whose elites get a hit first often decide it. And so I think that's why, I think the meta, I've been saying this for a little while now. I think a lot of people have like just forgotten how to build good lists, or certain factions just don't build lists, or a lot of people aren't taking into account. A lot of people just look at the hard factors. They just look at killing power and they don't think about, well, what happens if I need just a smaller tool for the job? What happens if I don't take any ship munchers? What happens when I need to hold an objective and the only unit I've got that can do it is 200, 300, 400 points? Well, then you fucked. So yeah, we are in a shit muncher meta, and I think what separates the men from the boys, what separates the winners from the losers, is how it's not a horde meta. You still need elite. You still need quality. But you can't be forgetting your shit munchers. That's it. We're not in a horde meta, but we're not in a hyper elite meta. We're in a shit muncher meta, where the lowest fucking rung of the ecosystem can actually define who wins and loses. Not because you're spamming them, but because you've brought a nice amount of them. You brought the correct amount of them. That's it. That's my hot takes. That's my lessons learned. And I think if you go back and look at the Admech army versus the Eldar army did not have enough ship munchers, and the Admech had plenty of ship munchers. There you go. Not too many. No side was spamming them, but the Admech had more, and that gave them more options. There you go. All right. Got a few super chats coming in here. So let's have a look here. But Mounted, thank you for super chat, man. I just won 15k, boys. Want to share a bit of my winnings with you, Mordian. Thanks, Steve. Hey! That's pretty good. 3-to-1 odds. That's pretty good. Nice, but Mounted. Very, very good. But obviously, I could not possibly endorse gambling on I could not possibly endorse gambling. I'm not a betting. To be fair, I'm not a betting man. You are, but I'm not. Got to cover my ass. Got to cover my ass, but Mountain. Blackstone Chapter Master. Have you read my story? I haven't, mate. But don't worry. It's one of those where when I get a moment, I will read it. I just haven't had a moment. But I'm not fobbing you off. Don't worry. I do know it's probably. I mean, to be fair, I'm going to end the stream probably the next 20 minutes or so, and then I might have a chance to read it then. James Schaefer, thank you for 17 months, man. X-Force, baby. When in doubt, be aggressive. If in doubt, go forward. It's a little more complicated than that. But if in doubt, go forward. Yeah. Cool German dude. Thank you for super chat, man. Top-notch tournament battle report commentary. Got me through a 4-hour editing session. Should definitely do more. I mean, this is the thing. I don't normally do tournament commentary, but this is the second time that I've done it, and both times people have been really pleased and really happy with it. So yeah, can definitely do some more. I mean, I should probably do a. I'll probably do a quick. I'll probably do a video. Based off this one, either as a stream highlight or something else, or like just a pre-recorded one, talking about the ship muncher meta. Yeah. Because I think you know, obviously that's like the main lesson taken away from this, and but people might not want to sit through like a 4-hour stream to get to it. But yeah, yeah, cool German dude. Thank you, man. And if you guys enjoy more, like, if you guys enjoy tournament commentary, I can do tournament commentary. I don't know. I thought I was a little worried I was going to be kind of shit because I don't play Admech or Eldar, but it turned out 40k is not that complicated. There you go. No, it's not that. It's helpful when you're commentating on a stream, and there's people in that stream which know what the fuck's going on. Yeah. Like, I didn't know the Admech had a 5-up feel no pain fucking stratagem, but now knowing that now is pretty nice. Can we have one of those, GW? Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. Cosmic, thank you for super chat, man. I built everything in my Rift Buster box. Nice. Buster Rift, baby. There you go. Buster Rift. Okay. What have we got? Cosmic, thank you for support, man. I've got some stuff I needed to catch up on. I said I would catch up on it after the game. So let's have a look. Let's have a look. Okay. Here we are. Sir, it is clear to me now that the Eldar have some wicked purpose in mind for me. I have been in the brig for some time, I think. Time is hard to track at the moment. A week passed, but I finally had one of my cats address me. Through the shimmering force field, a smug, snoot-filled voice informed me that I was to be a guest of the craft world Kellor for the time being. They offered me nothing more and then departed. I am no fool, however. Despite their weasel words, I am clearly a prisoner. I could comply, be open to whatever purpose they have in mind, but damn it, sir, I am a man of boundless principles that are for sale to the highest bidder. And nothing else, I cannot stand the patronizing arrogance of the Eldar. Well, good job that they lost then, isn't it? Only one person in this galaxy can patronize me, and that is the head of the Von Shithouse dynasty. And so, I must fight fire with fire. That's right, sir, it is now a battle of smugness. On the one side, Eldar smug cunts, and on the other, just a man who has learned to be a smug prick from the best, most smugly arrogant piece of shit road trader this side of terror. What can I say? Some people like to claim to be the most humble streamer. That's not me. They call me a salty boy. They call me a slop tuber. But you know what? They never call me a liar. All right, what do we got after that? Chris K. Chris K. Let's have a look, mate. Chris K was like, had like a project finished. I don't see it, Chris K. Oh, here you go. Be as unapologetically bitch as possible. I still need to fish through it and some of the finer bits, but the weekend project update was posted in the chat about 6 hours ago. Gentleman's end of the Lehman Russ tank. Ah, I remember seeing that. Yeah, I can find that. That's fine. There we go. All right. I present unto you the fruits of yesterday's effort. Half of a Krieg Lehman Russ. Nice. The Emperor's true finest. I have a big question for you guys. If Wesley St. Hines had got to the final and it had been Guard versus Admech, who do you think wins that? Two armies with a lot of stuff. On the one hand, the Admech have got -1 to hit because of stealth. So that's a bit of a pisser. On the other hand, the Admech's a very shooty army, and the Guard of it's two shooting armies with debuffs protecting them against shooting. Like, you know, if the Guard choose to be, because if they go first rank 5, second rank 5, the Guard's on 5s followed by 5s, a lot of las guns. Yeah, but then the plasmas are wounding on 2s. I tell you what I did notice. The Eldar have a lot of 1 damage weapons. Like, there was a number of times when like the Admech would fail like 3 saves, and I just naturally assumed, oh, well, that's like 3 dead, like Ruststalkers or Infiltrators, whatever it was. And it was like, oh yeah, it's 1.5 dead. And I'm like, where's your 2 damage, Eldar? I think maybe the plasma. I feel like the plasma of the Guard might swing it. I wonder if Wesley would go. I wonder if Wesley would go for take aim in that scenario just so he could hit on 4s, or if going for hitting on 5s is still better. Interesting. Interesting. All right. Inquisitor Ishmael, thank you for the super chat, man. Guard, anything else heresy, you'll be sent to the commissar. I think Guard could take it. I do think Guard could take it in that scenario. Because I think the Guard has better ship munchers. And I think the Guard having less good shooting is not as big a deal as the Admech having less good shooting. John beat Wes. Liam beat John. Richard beat Liam. Interesting. Yeah. But Wesley got beat by a top Guard player. John Lennon playing Emperor Children. Well, Emperor Children are melee army, aren't they? So a big problem there is... yeah, he knew how to play into Recon Guard as a Guard player, which massively helps. And then he was running a melee army, which basically nullifies Wesley's like army rule. So, yeah. And I think a lot of get me wrong. Don't get me. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think a lot of Emperor Children shooting also ignores cover because of like fucking it being like sound wave shit. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, Ix. I think you're right. What have we got else in here? Welky shitpost. What have you posted, mate? Okay. Would all of y'all be cool with the command squad having a Space Marine officer, a little something like the image below? I mean, yeah, of course. I look. I mean, if you have like, if it's just for like fluff purposes, then yeah, no dramas. Do you know one way you could do it is a cool way of doing it would to be have your army have Lord Solar Leontus be like a Space Marine, and have like they have like a make like a diorama out of it where he's like a Space Marine, like on like a little he's like a Space Marine like with a few guardsmen command squad, something like that. Yeah, make like a little diorama out of it. I think I've seen people do that before. So yeah, long story short, I think there's a couple of ways you could do it, but yeah, it'd probably be fine. I think the only problem you'd have is if you tried to make like a platoon commander, like a Space Marine. And that would be like, okay, if you're going to have like a platoon commander be a Space Marine, you literally need to take like, I would say like a firstborn Space Marine and have him like leading the army. That would make more sense because he's leading the squad, because he's just like a little, maybe he's like a semi-retired firstborn Space Marine who's been put in charge of like looking after this like guard army or something. Yeah, either have. I mean, I think you'd have to have him as Lord Solar because a Space Marine would clearly be in charge, or Creed, something like that. Creed or Castellan, something like that. But yeah, whoever your warlord was would probably have to be the Marine, and then you'd have to think about how you would make that work on the tabletop. You know, what would make sense. But long story short, yes. Long story short, yes. But with anything like this, I think effort put in is the most important thing. Or an Ogren bodyguard, maybe. Ooh, that's a cool idea. Have it as an Ogren bodyguard. Have a Space Marine as an Ogren bodyguard. That would totally work, because you could have that in a command squad. Yeah. That I think that's the way you do it, Welkies. Yeah. Because he could attach him to a command squad that way. Yeah. And you could have it where like the platoon commander is just like interpreting, like this guy could be like the platoon commander, and then you have like Titus as like the Open bodyguard, and the idea is that the platoon commander is just reading out the instructions from the Marine. That's kind of cool. Yeah. That would be kind of cool. Yeah. What have we got next? Sabaton resistant bite. I'll have a look if that's in here. Is it like a video or something? Let's have a look. If it's a video, I might do it in a separate stream, or a separate thing, because I don't want this stream to get demonetized, to be honest. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so if I watch like that, I'm just a little worried that if I watch that, it'll get the stream demonetized, and I want the stream to be like all blocked, and I kind of want the stream to be available for people to watch afterwards. Yeah. So I might do that in another. I might just save that for like tomorrow's stream or something. All right. Let's have a look. Welkies, any non-termy captain model, one blade guard special weapon, one ancient, radio guards and medic, guards and officer special weapon. Guards and officer flavor-wise, he translates the orders for the captain. High points cost, but you get a bunch of dudes through which marines. Oh, sorry, Welky Shippers. Are you like saying like a custom unit? I thought you were just trying to like represent it on the battlefield using existing data sheets. Oh, like if you were to make like a custom, are you talking about like a custom data sheet? Like that's fine. I can think of that, but I just thought you were just saying like how could I use a space? I thought what you were saying was how can I use a space marine in my guardsman army, and I was like, well, actually the best way is probably to ally an inquisitor in. I mean, honestly, do you know what I would probably do, Welky Shippers? I'd wait and see what that Titus squad actually is, because there's a good chance it might be agents, but we'll see. If you wanted to have like a mixed squad like that, I think the way I would probably do it is I would have one. So this is how I would do it. I'd have one Space Marine captain equivalent and one other Marine. And the idea is that there is it's not because there are instances of like Marines being given control of like an army or a world or something. Like I remember there's a famous story in like I think it was like the 3rd or 4th edition Chaos Codex, where that actually why a Space Marine went rogue, because basically his hit the force that he was commanding just kept getting more and more and more thinned out. Like, you know, like they kept spreading them thin. Like, oh, you know, at first you're going to command like 100 men, now you need to leave like 10 behind here, 20 behind here, until basically it was just like him and like one squad like ruling this world, and it really fucked him. And he was like, why the fuck, you know, what the fuck am I even doing here, kind of thing. So it's not an uncommon practice for something like, if you're like for like a single, it's not an uncommon practice for like a single Marine to be in charge of something quite important. So what I would do is I'd have like a single Marine and then like a second in command in the squad, and then have the rest of the command squad be like guardsmen. So the idea is you have like one I wouldn't have like a captain. I think he's just a sergeant. As crazy as it sounds, like you can give him different stats, give him like lieutenant stats or something, but you know, captains lead like companies of Marines, right? But this guy, you know, just basically have like a Space Marine sergeant, just give him like, I'd say like 3 wounds, 3, you know, like whatever a Space Marine lieutenant stats are with a power sword and like plasma pistol, give him that. Maybe like a 5-up invulnerable save, but not like a full-blown like 4-up, like from like an Iron Halo or something. And then have like 1 extra Marine with him. Don't have him as the banner bearer, because the idea is obviously he's not like, why would this one captain who's been left in charge of this thing like have like the company banner? That wouldn't make sense, right? So have like the extra Marine with him just be like just have him almost like a basic Marine, but like maybe a special weapon Marine or something like that, just a trusted secondary advisor. And then the banner should be like the banner of the world or the regiment that he's like leading, and that should be like the imperial, the guardsman should be a banner bearer. And then have like a Voxcaster, have like a Voxcaster and guy. I don't know if you want to have a medic, because the medic would be like, how's a human medic gonna help like a Marine? You know what I mean? How's a human medic gonna help a Marine? So have like a Okay, so it's a 5-man squad, 1 Space Marine, 1 other Marine. Whether it's, you know, have the other Marine being able to equip with like melter gun, plasma gun, or or like power sword and like storm shield. The idea being like he can be kind of like a champion kind of thing. So you have one Marine, but he doesn't have like an invulnerable save. So you got one Marine with like plasma pistol and power sword or power fist and a 5-up invuln. One Marine who's just like a bit of a weapon, essentially. One guardsman with a banner. One guardsman who's with the Voxcaster. One guardsman who is essentially the officer, and he is like translating the orders of the captain. And then have like one serf. So one guy whose basically job it is to like carry like the extra ammo or something for like the Space Marine, like a squire almost. Like have a chapter serf in there. So you've got like the Space Marine, his buddy, and the chapter serf, and then 3 guardsmen. And it's a 6-man squad. And the chapter serf could be a model, or he could just be like a token that gets expended. It depends how you want to do it. Like expend the chapter serf. He gets like the Space Marine models in the command squad get like rerolls to hit for 1 turn, or like extra shots for 1 turn. Something, do you know what I mean? So some way you could do it for 1 phase, even for 1 phase. Yeah. And that's how you do it. And it's like the serf, like an extra magazine, me lord. Yeah, and then when he's there's a couple of ways you could do it, and then just make it cost like 100 points. Yeah, that's what I would do. And it could do like 3 orders. Yeah, 3 orders, as long as it contains like the guard officer. But when the guard officer dies, it goes down to like 2 orders. The guard officer's giving you an extra order. Yeah, so you've got a Voxcaster guy, a guy that's giving you an extra order because he's like helping to like translate the orders of like the Marine. Banner guy. One of the Marines acts as like a special weapon guy, or extra melee guy. Acts as a weapon guy. One Marine who's leading the squad, and then 1 chapter serf who could be basically like a token that you expend, or could just be a guy that, as long as he's alive, maybe you have it where as long as the chapter serf is alive, he like gives out like reroll 1s to the Marines, or allows, as long as the chapter serf is alive, the 1 Marine model in the army may reroll 1 hit roll, 1 wound roll, or 1 damage roll, or 1 save roll, because he just like grabs the serf and puts him in front of him like. That's it. So it's not a token. So the chapter serf, he's like so he could support either Marine each turn. Yeah, that's what it is. And then he's not extend, doesn't go away. Yeah. That's how you do it. All righty, ho ho. Gentlemen, I think I'm gonna wrap things up there. Yeah, we're a quick look at where we're up to. Yeah. We're gonna wrap things up there. This was a little bonus stream. So yeah, just like 4-hour bonus stream. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you guys, well done once again to both players. And let us know what you think down in the we'll make sure I don't miss anyone here. Yeah, that's what you think down in the comment section, post live and all that kind of good stuff. I'll probably be doing a I'll probably be doing a video based off this one as well. So if you didn't quite get, if you don't have time to watch the whole stream, there'll be like a little highlight of my thoughts on the World Championship sort of finals, which I've done in the past as well. So with all of that said, thank you so much everyone who joined. Thank you to everyone who liked and subscribed. Big shout out to Dustin Polos, who gifted 50 memberships. Absolute giga chad. And a big thank you to everyone else who also went above and beyond the Call of Duty. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. And as always, I'll see you guys next time.
Live